Always, always happy to see you as well.
Oh, is there food? A lot of pizza. Oh my god, I'm so hungry. And it smells really good.
Hey, can you grab me like 2 slices of whatever?
I wasn't even hungry. And then
Hi.
she's on.
Let's see. Oh yeah, Laura and Doug
Laura
are
and
both
Doug
here,
are
so
both
we're all
on.
here. So I think we're about ready. Let me just take one bite of this pizza and then I'll start the meeting. Okay. I think we're ready. So I'll call the Park City Planning Commission meeting for May 25th.
You're muted, John.
I need to be unmuted.
Oh, sorry.
Is it not picking up on?
You are.
Sarah.
Who's on?
Oh, no, it's on. Can you guys hear me? Then we need to turn up the volume.
You blanked out there for a minute. You're back.
Can we turn up the volume?
Volume's
We can hear you.
fine.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yes.
volume's fine. It was just, for some reason, it went silent, radio silent there for a minute.
Okay. All right. Can we get everyone here with us? All right. So I'll call the May 25th, 2022 Park City Planning Commission meeting to order. The notice of hybrid in-person electronic meeting reads, the Planning Commission of Park City, Utah will hold its regular meeting with an anchor location for public participation. Parsec Building, Parsec Municipal Building, City Council Chambers, 445 Marsac Avenue, Park City, Utah, 84060, Wednesday, May 25th, 2022. Planning Commission members may participate in person or connect electronically by Zoom or phone. Members of the public may attend in person or participate electronically. Public comments will also be accepted virtually. To comment virtually, use e-comment or raise your hand on Zoom through www.parkcity.org/public meetings. Written comments submitted before or during the meeting will be entered into the public record, but will not be read aloud. For more information on attending virtually and to listen live, please go to www.parkcity.org. Okay. We have all commissioners are present. Two attending virtually. That would be Commissioner Souser and Commissioner Tim. So then we'll just move right into the minutes of approval. So we have minutes from April 27th, 2022. Do any of the commissioners have any corrections, changes to make to those minutes? Okay, can I get a motion to approve?
Commissioner Phillips, I move we approve the planning commission minutes from April 27th, 2022.
Second. Okay, motion by Commissioner Van Dyne, a second by Commissioner Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I need to
vote
abstain.
aye. I vote aye, and in deference to the other commissioners, as I was not present, I vote affirmatively based upon their assertion.
Okay. Minutes are approved. Next, we have public communications. So if there is anyone here from the public or attending virtually that would like to speak on an item that is not on the agenda tonight, you can either raise your hand via Zoom or step up to the podium. And I'm not seeing anyone, so we'll move right along into staff and board communications and disclosures.
I have a question for the planning department. I noticed that the parking up there is changed to 10 p.m. for 2-hour parking. And it didn't I don't think it historically was. Are we getting parking passes or how are we doing that going forward? Now that we're in person again, like we used to get the parking passes. to park
I'm
in the
not
lot.
sure, but if something's changed, I think you're going to be okay tonight, but let me look into that. So we'll give you some direction if you need a parking pass or if you're good. Just parking up there.
The last few meetings, it's just been many.
Okay, but like if they're going to change that or,
Are you parked? You're parked out front, not on China Bridge.
yeah, just over there. But yeah, just like if we have a little parking, advice, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Like where do you want us to park now that we're in person again?
I'll check with the parking
I'll
management.
follow your instructions.
Yeah.
I don't really care what it is.
That's a good question, though. We don't want to get a ticket. Okay. Gretchen, do you have anything for us?
Yes, I have a few items. I believe I brought up before the appeal for the Park City Mountain lift upgrades that was an administrative CUP is being appealed. That's going to be held at our next Planning Commission meeting on June 8th. The packet for that item only is being published tonight. There's so much, there's so many exhibits that are attached to that we thought giving 14 days to review that packet would be helpful. And so that item only is being published. The rest of the agenda items for the June 8th meeting will be published on Friday as usual. So that's one thing. And also all of those exhibits and the staff report can be found on the Lift Upgrade website on the Park City Mountain webpage.
Okay.
That's one.
Will that be our first order of business that night? Do you guys anticipate? Or would it?
We're going to put it as soon as possible. There might be some continuations, and I'm not sure if there's a work session.
It would be the first on the regular agenda, probably.
I believe there's one, I want to say there's one work session before it, and then it would be the appeal.
Okay.
So it would be within the first 45 minutes of the meeting.
Okay.
And we've scheduled 90 minutes for the appeal.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So that's the appeal. The second item is that we are currently seeking candidates to support our public land use bodies, and that these land use bodies play an instrumental role in shaping our community. This is the Board of Adjustments, the Historic Preservation Board, and very importantly, the Planning Commission. Like I said, these public bodies influence the look and feel of our community and rely on interested and engaged community members to serve and to help us shape our city. We are having a workshop or an open house on June 6th between 5:30 and 7 at the Park City Library. And anybody who's interested in serving on one of these boards or commission, being a commissioner, can go to our website at parkcity.org to find out more information about it. So just wanted to do a plug. We are losing Doug Tim as a commissioner. This is going to be his last meeting. So I also want to recognize that and thank Commissioner Tim for all the hard work and long hours he's put into this. And his, I think we gave you a bit of a shout out last time, but this is the final, the final meeting. So thank you very much for your service. It's been a pleasure having you on the commission.
Well, I was happy to do it. I got a lot of fulfillment, and we have a wonderful city, and we have a great commission to continue on. Thank you.
And then finally, when we're talking about people leaving or moving on, Planner Seabright, who's up in front of us, is going to be leaving the planning department, but not leaving Park City Municipal, thankfully. He is moving over to housing and who will be working with the housing team. So he will be transitioning from planning to housing. He will be presenting at the June 8th meeting as a planner. Following that, you'll probably see him in front of you as representing the housing department.
All right, fantastic. Well, that's an important place. So we're glad to retain you and have you move into that position. All right.
And that's it for me. Yeah.
Okay. I wanted to, I just wanted to take a minute and thank some of the staff. Got a phone call last Friday. They went through and kind of did an audit and had found that we had not been compensated for all of our meetings. And I know City Council had conversations about, what they could do to help compensate. And just wanted to thank them for going through and putting in the effort to do that, and compensating us for the meetings that we have had, and just the fact that they followed through and did that, put the time in, and I think to me just shows the recognition of appreciation. So I appreciate, and if you could pass that down to the different staff members that helped pull that together. So.
And I'd like to thank you, Chair Phillips, for addressing that.
You owe me a beer.
Too.
I have
All
a
right.
question.
Yes.
Chair Phillips, I have a question. Just going back a moment to the lift upgrade appeal. Can I just get clarification from the planning director regarding whether or not the planning commission's decision at that appeal is final, or if there's an opportunity to appeal the planning commission decision? Just wanted to understand that. process and where it goes, if it goes to a further appeal.
Mark Harrington, Senior City Attorney. Yes, any aggrieved party or the applicant can appeal a final decision by the Planning Commission to District Court within 30 days.
It does not have to go to council
No.
first. Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay, and then, I don't know, would it be appropriate, just real quick, because I know we have a full agenda, and, let's see, I'm just looking through. So we've got, I wanted to maybe just take a minute and address some possible confusion on one of the applications tonight, just so that the public knows what, if they're here to either speak on it or not, but just to kind of set expectations on that maybe a little bit. I don't know if that would be okay, but I know it is item, trying to find the number. 7D. So item 7D there, I know the commission got, we were informed that we would be continuing this, but then then we were informed less than 24 hours later that it actually isn't going to be continued, and it's on the agenda anyway. So we would have had to go through and open it up for public hearing and follow through with that process since it was noticed as a public hearing. But it's my understanding that we are going to be hearing from the applicant. Is that correct on that item? And so I just want to make sure that we're clear. So if anyone's here hanging out for that item, that they know.
Sure. And I think, and I apologize for that. There was some staff miscommunication. The item is going to be heard tonight. There is an incomplete conditions of approval that are part of the packet. And so it will need to come back before you. However, we can still have the public hearing. We can hear the item. You'll hear the staff report, and you can give the applicant some good direction tonight. And then, depending on how everything goes, they could come back at a date certain to go through the conditions of approval.
Okay, and that following meeting would be a public hearing, so there will be.
The following meeting does not necessarily need to be a public hearing.
Okay, well, and I guess that's kind of part of my concerns is that it's my understanding that some of the neighbors were also informed the same thing. So if they tuned out and then they did not hear that it actually is back on, my concern is
and we have reached out to the neighbors that, so I hope, but it's a good point, John. And
okay, I would feel comfortable. I'm comfortable with all of it, but I think that I would like to say that at the follow-up meeting that we do make it a public hearing, so that just in case somebody did miss the opportunity to give input, that and so I just want to let that be known now that I would intend to have open up a public hearing on the follow-up meeting, just so that everyone is aware of that. So that's all. Great. I just want to make sure that that's clear. So thank you. Okay, so with that, we will move into continuations unless anybody has anything else. Okay, so continuations, item 5A, 316 Woodside Avenue steep slope conditional use permit. Let's see, and we're looking to continue this one to a date uncertain. So
can you just Mark Harrington, can you just make sure no one's here for the public hearing on each of these before you take the motion to continue?
Yes, and I was just going to turn to staff and just make sure there was nothing that needed to be anything said before we open up the public hearing.
No, not unless you have any questions.
Okay.
Answer, but
all right, then I'll open up the public hearing on item 5A, 316 Woodside Avenue steep slope conditional use permit. If anyone is here to speak on that item, You can raise your hand or step up to the podium. Okay, I see no one, so I will close the public hearing and then turn to the commissioners for motion.
Chair Phillips, I move to continue 316 Woodside Avenue steep slope conditional use permit to a date uncertain.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Johnson and a second by Commissioner Kenworthy. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Next item is item 5B, 2346 Park Avenue conditional use permit. This is for the Peaks Hotel. This is also being continued. This one will be continued to June 8th. So again, anything from the staff before I open up the public hearing?
Now we're just working out some details still.
Okay.
Thanks.
So I'll open up the public hearing on this item. If there's anyone wishing to speak, you could raise your hand or step up to the podium. All right, and I see no one, so I'll close the public hearing and turn to the commissioners for a motion to continue to June 8th.
Chair Phillips, I move to continue 2346 Park Avenue conditional use permit to June 8th, 2022.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Johnson and a second by Commissioner Van Dyne. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. And that brings us into our first real item for discussion, our work session, Studio Crossing, 4001 Kearns Boulevard.
Good evening, Planning Commission. I am Planner Alex Ananth here with this project. I'm also joined by Planner Broan Seabright, who is representing the Housing Department tonight, and the applicant. And just so you have a sense of what we were going to do, the Planning Department has a brief presentation. The applicant has a presentation as well, and then I've reserved 30 minutes for commission discussion on this project. So the applicant is proposing to amend the original ordinance that annexed the property and put the zoning in place, as well as amend the current MPD that governs the site. And this is just for lot 1B only. You may remember that the property was subdivided earlier this year, and that went through the Planning Commission and Council. So they are looking to allow additional uses as well as modify the use, number, footprints, and building heights of the remaining density that's allocated in the MPD. So the applicant currently has 282,000 square feet of commercial density under the existing MPD, which hasn't yet been constructed. So they are proposing to take this density and construct a mixed-use project that would include 60,000 square feet of commercial uses, 100 for-sale market rate units, and 185 affordable for rent units that would be available at 80% of AMI. So this is just a aerial out to reference to remind you where the site is. So this is the film studio, which is lot 1A, and then the current project that we're discussing tonight is on the vacant portion of that site, which is lot 1B, just south of that film studio. So quickly, I wanted to just pull up the site plan for the approved MPD, and you may know that only building 7 has been constructed. I think 7, 7A, and 7B, about 90,000 square feet have been built on site. And to the right is the Table C from the annexation agreement, which lists all of the approved uses. Most of them are commercial, the total square feet being built. There is also a hotel that was allowed for up to 100 keys, 100 rooms. I also wanted to remind the commission that the current MPD has no affordable housing requirement per the annexation agreement. So any housing requirement now would be above and beyond what would be developed on this site if it were developed in accordance with the existing MPD. So here's the approved subdivision that the commission saw earlier this year with lot 1A to the north and lot 1B to the south. And lot 1B that we're discussing tonight is about 20 acres. And here is the proposed phasing plan. And phase 1 and 2 are sort of in the center of the site. Phase 1 includes 2 buildings. Each building is 3 stories with commercial on the ground floor of each building and 2 floors of affordable housing above. Phase 2 includes the plaza area as well as these 2 buildings to the west, and those are each 1-story commercial only buildings. Phase 3 are the market rate townhouses along the southern side of the site. Phase 4 are some additional market rate units. And then there is a additional phase which could be constructed either concurrently with phase 4 or earlier, and that is something we would likely condition. And this is another all affordable housing building. And then on the other side of the site, this just locates the existing film studio. So that is the proposed phasing. The plat that we approved earlier this year included a plat note that if the applicant does not develop the site consistent with the MPD, that there would be an affordable housing requirement. So this table goes over the required units that would be in place, assuming they do not develop the rest of the film studio campus. So the current housing resolution has a requirement for residential units as well as for commercial uses. And in total, the project has an affordable unit requirement of 42.3 units. And those get converted into square feet and number of actual units. So each affordable housing unit, each AUE is 900 square feet. So the 42 units or the 38,000 square feet actually equals 85 units that would be for rent at 80% AMI, meeting the city's housing resolution. And this is the proposed breakdown of those affordable units. It's heavily weighted towards studios and 1 bedroom, so some smaller new units, which is something that the housing needs assessment identifies. We have a significant need for rental units. I think 80% of the units that we need are identified as should be rentals, and then some additional smaller units. And in addition to the affordable housing units that would be required, the applicant is also proposing some additional affordable housing units. So they are proposing 120 new units, which is 79 AUEs, that would also be rented at 80% AMI, but would be available to households who are earning up to 120% of AMI. And I can talk about that a little bit more if that is confusing. But basically, what I want to emphasize is there is no affordable housing requirement currently under the MPD. And with this project, you get the 65 units that would be required. And the applicant is also proposing an additional 120 units. So it's a significant dent in the city's identified affordable units. So
question. Sorry, Alex, can I interrupt for a second? You just referenced 65 units that would be required under that plat note.
Correct.
Is it 65 or is it 85? Because I thought you just said 85.
So it really depends on the amount of density that the applicant is proposing. And it depends on the amount of commercial and the amount of residential. But under the current proposal that they're proposing, they are required to provide 42.3 affordable unit equivalents. And if you multiply that by 900 square feet for each unit, that comes out to 38,000. And the way the applicant is proposing to allocate that is for 65 units. So some units are smaller than the 900 and some units are larger. So there's a variety of sizes that they are proposing: studios, 1-bedrooms, 2s and 3s as well. Does that answer the question?
So required 65, and in addition to the 65 required, they're proposing to build 120 additional affordable housing units?
Correct.
And I know it may be irrelevant, and I don't need the answer now, but I'm sorry, my mic is on now. I'd be curious just to kind of help educate me on, for these rental units, I know 50% AMI or 80% AMI is a number, but what is that in actual cost? Just so I can kind of put that in perspective. What is that rent? What is it? I want to know, what is that number? Is it $1,200?
I don't have that number in front of me.
And I didn't anticipate that you would.
I'll actually have that. I'll actually have that in my presentation with a chart. So,
okay, great.
As of 2021, it changes every year, obviously.
Great, thank you.
Is the table on page 101 of our packet, is that what you're going to be presenting? Are those the numbers that reference that?
No, mine's just in a PowerPoint presentation, but the numbers are available out there. It's in the 2021 needs study. The table's available there based on the AMI currently, and also the median rate. So I could pull it up quick.
No, it's fine. I just was curious. I can wait for the
I could
presentation.
also pull it up while they're presenting, and we can go back and look at that. So all 185 units would be rented at a rate consistent with the current housing resolution, 80% of AMI. 42.3 of those AUEs will meet the current housing resolution. And in addition to that, the applicant is proposing that they'll have an expanded eligibility for the 79 units, or 79 AUEs, sorry. And those would be available for households making up to 120% of AMI, but they would still be rented at the 80% rate. And I think the applicant will explain that a little bit more. I'm not going to go into too much detail about the eligibility, but I do want to emphasize that the 65 units or the 42.3 AUEs will all meet the housing resolution in place now. One of the things I also wanted to note was the building height. So the zone height in this zone is 28 feet. And there are some additional restrictions on that because of the entry corridor protection overlay. With MPDs, the Planning Commission is allowed to consider an increase in building height based on a site-specific analysis. And the existing MPD does allow for some height exceptions. But just to explain the height exceptions that the applicant is looking for, anything within the first 150 feet of the median line of the roadway, the public right-of-way, cannot be taller than 20 feet. Sorry, I think it's 25 feet. And anything beyond 200 feet can be up to 28 feet unless the Planning Commission allows for an exception. So the first townhouse building, a couple of those units will require a height exception, as well as a portion of the multi-family building, the other market rate building here. All of the affordable units that are taller, which go up to 48 feet in height, are located either in the center or towards the back of the site and are surrounded by open space and land owned by the city. So that is the height exceptions. And then we can come back to this slide, but there are a number of issues that I identified in the staff report, and I'll just go over them now. And those are things we're looking for feedback from the commission either tonight or prior to moving forward with the public hearing. So the Planning Commission should consider if each phase of construction should require its own CUP, or if you are willing to move each phase to an administrative CUP. And I will note that the current MPD does allow for administrative CUPs under the umbrella of the whole MPD. So there was an MPD that was issued, and then as they developed the different phases, those were supposed to receive administrative CUPs. So my question is, would you like to move forward consistent with the existing MPD for approvals, or do you want to see each phase as a CUP? None of the buildings include commercial space that is greater than 30,000 square feet. I think there are 4 buildings, each with 15,000 square feet of commercial space. And the regional commercial overlay requires a 30,000 square foot or larger anchor. So one of the questions is, can we consider the film studio as the commercial anchor for the site, and then allow for smaller retail in the other buildings? The applicant has submitted a trip generation analysis that basically compares an all commercial project consistent with the existing MPD to a mixed use residential project. And one of my questions would be, do you feel that this needs to be peer reviewed, or are you happy for staff to just review this? The Planning Commission should consider if the number of affordable units provided and the improved site changes justify the proposed zone and MPD amendments, and preliminarily evaluate the proposed increase in building height. And I have the applicable criteria in my presentation, just as a reminder. And then finally, is the Planning Commission ready to either provide a positive recommendation or feedback on the housing mitigation plan to the city's housing authority prior to their review? Or do you feel like you need another work session to discuss this? And just to remind you, the building height findings that the Planning Commission needs to make are basically the ones in the MPD criteria that I think you're pretty familiar with from the PEG project, or outlined in the staff report as well. So that is it for my presentation. I'll let the applicant talk about the site, and then I'm happy to pull up this and have some more discussion.
Okay, before we turn it over to you guys, I just want to make sure the commissioners don't have any questions specifically for staff after their portion.
Just one thing I want to clarify for phase 4, the potential phase 4, that would just be additional affordable units, not part of that.
The required would be built within phase 1, and those buildings are enough to accommodate the square footage that they need.
Okay.
So,
and then did you have a potential proposed units for phase 4, or is that just table for future conversation?
It would be the remainder of the units to be built. And again, they'd either be built at the time of phase 4 or possibly earlier, but they would take care of their housing obligation in phase 1.
So Alex, the existing maximum square footage is 282,000.
Mm-hmm.
And
that is remaining to be
the remaining to be built. And the proposed maximum square footage remains 282,000.
It's actually, I think, 202,000 square feet, because our ordinance does not count affordable units towards the square footage.
So give me the total.
So the total overall is 319,000.
And does that include this expandable phase 4?
It includes phase 4, yeah.
So give me that number,
319,000.
319,000. Thank you.
And then if you back out the affordable units, it's
Yeah,
202,000.
I got it.
As far as the affordable component, just briefly, wondering, okay, the housing authority's involvement up to this point, so we can kind of factor in. They obviously were involved and engaged early in this process. It was council member Joyce and Worrell, right, that were
Correct.
that were engaged with you guys. And I guess, I know, because I know some of the discussions tonight are going to be about AMI and questions about that. In that, did they indicate what they were targeting? And I'm trying to understand what is the most recent kind of engagement and direction from them. And then once we do get through this and forward a positive recommendation, are they going to go back through that? I'm sure, being the housing authority, will it go through the actual housing authority and not just the city council though?
Correct. So the applicant is meeting the housing resolution in place with their current proposal. So they are satisfying the requirement. The project, specifically the AUEs, the housing mitigation plan has to be approved by the housing authority. So that will go to review in front of the housing authority later this summer.
So you feel that the 80% AMI that has been targeted is in line with what the housing authority would be looking for here?
So that's what the ordinance requires. Of course, any type of variety, and in fact, every unit is appreciated. So that's
Right.
something that you have to weigh as a commission if you want to make recommendations for them to consider.
Okay. That answers my questions, and I do have some recommendations, but I'd like to, if the commissioners have any other just clarifying questions at this point. Otherwise, we'll.
Yes.
Okay.
I have
go ahead.
one question. Alex, so 185 affordable units is total what's being proposed. How many market rate units are being proposed?
100.
And of course, the makeup of those are different. They're not studios. They're at least, 2-bedroom
They're
unit?
2 to 3 bedroom townhomes. Each of those are 1,500 square feet. And then there will be probably some additional variety in the multifamily building in the front.
Okay.
So it's 48 townhomes and up to 52 apartment style units that would be for sale as condos.
Then one other clarifying question. The approved density for the under the original MPD was 374,000 square feet.
Mm-hmm.
And what's being proposed, including the affordable units, in terms of total density in the proposed project?
Mm-hmm. Is 319,000. But technically, our ordinance does not count the density of the affordable units. So
Right.
we would count 202,000 square feet of proposed density versus the 282 allowed.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
One more, so there's 100 market rate units, 65 units at 80% AMI rental, and then the other 120 are essentially 120% AMI for purchase with a
No.
maximum cap of 80% rental, AMI rental, right?
All
that how I'm reading it?
180 units, 185 units that would be affordable are for rent at 80%. So there's a 65 that meet the ordinance requirement, like the letter of the law, very specifically. And then the additional 120 are still for rent and considered affordable at the 80% AMI level. And then all 100 units of the market rate are for sale. So all the affordable are rental, all the market rate are for sale.
What goes up to 120% of AMI?
The additional 120 units that they're proposing on top of their requirement.
Right.
So it is 100 and
So if I understand this correctly,
for purchase, it's 100%, 120
no, for rent, no, 120, but so it's, so, because I think we're all trying to wrap our minds around this, and I'm probably not right, but it is the 120% AMI are people that are in that range will qualify to rent one of these units but the rent is set at the 80% AMI. So it's a pretty good deal for those people, you know.
And here's, if I may, just quickly, our reasoning behind it. So we've built out and rented another affordable housing project referred to as the Commons over in New Park. And what we learned in actually doing this is that not everyone makes exactly 80% AMI or exactly 70% AMI. And guess what? Their earning doesn't stay static year to year. And it really hurts to people from affordable housing because all of a sudden they get a pay raise and they're slightly above what you want them to be at. So in working with the county, this is actually something that Jeff Jones recommended that we do, that we give ourselves a little bit of flexibility in our units so that if somebody does see hopefully they do get a pay raise, right? That when that happens, we don't have to immediately remove them at the next certification cycle. So what we're saying is if something happens and increases their income, even if they're at 100, 110, up to 120, we're going to allow them to stay in that unit because technically in the Park City market, they still can't afford much of anything else. But we're not going to charge them more money. We're going to keep it capped at the 80% AMI. So their rent will stay the same at what it would be at the maximum under the current ordinance, if that makes sense. And that's only as to the 120 units that we're voluntarily building from our commercial density. As to the other 65 units that fall under that plat note and that we're required to build as an obligation since we're modifying our plan, those will be only up to 80% AMI. We won't take anyone who's above that. Since we'll have 185 units, the nice thing is we'll have some flexibility to hopefully not have to remove people if they get a slight pay increase, and we can avoid that painful process.
Okay. Thanks. I think that helps us understand, and I know we'll have more discussions later. I've got, again, some additional thoughts on that. But let's go ahead and give you guys your time now to walk us through, and that might help answer some of our questions as well.
Thank you. And we'll try to keep it brief. I mean, the real point of today is to get feedback from you guys. That's what we want. As you mentioned, we've been actually exploring this for several years now. This has been a process. We had the pleasure of spending about a year working with now Mayor Nan Worrell and also Councilor Joyce before he left. We got a lot of good feedback from them. We've also worked hand in hand for quite some time now with the housing department here with staff. Jason Glidden has spent more time than I think he probably cared to with us, providing input and helping us as we generate this proposal. So we're very happy to be here actually talking about this topic tonight. I know we were here once before on the subdivision, and we probably, looking back, we probably should have just stuck to the subdivision and waited till tonight to really present this and what we're trying to do here. But I'm happy that we can be here today and show you what we're after. Go to the next one. This application today and the years we've taken to get to here is really about embracing bold action. That's why we're here. It was several years ago that I sat in this room and listened to a report back from a consultant hired by the city on why we are not meeting our affordable housing goals. The goals we have as a city have set out for ourselves of building 800 new units. We're not even close. And I thought that report did a great job of outlining why we're not close. And after hearing that report, I went back to one of my clients, one of my favorite clients who had this project and this density out there. And I said, hey, would you be willing to explore something different? Would you be willing? And we were well down the way in a proposal to construct the hotel. They'd actually already paid for a big name to brand the hotel. They'd hired an architect, had plans up entirely. And I said, would you shelve that and consider something different, something bold? Would you consider instead constructing an affordable housing project in that location? And I tell you what, the immediate answer wasn't necessarily, I said, let me think about it, right? Let me think about it. And we came back and we circled and we had a lot of conversations about it. And then we met with staff. We had a lot of conversations with them about it, about how this might shape up and might work. And I can tell you this is a project that I'm actually proud of. You know, I'm happy to be here talking about this today because we're going to talk about taking down a sizable number of affordable housing units. We're going to talk about creating 185 homes for members of our community where they can walk out of their home and get directly on a bus to go to work. They can hop on a bike and immediately access the trails that we have in our community to bike to work if that's their choice. We're going to talk about real solutions to problems we have. With that, I'd like to take a step back and talk about what we currently have. Alex did a great job of already showing this to you. It's in your staff report as well. This is what's currently entitled, right? This is what we have a right to build. It's that hotel I talked about with a nice pool out back that I'm sure out-of-town people would enjoy if they came in with their memberships. And then all this supporting commercial that goes along with the studio building that we have out there. This is real density, right? This could have been, we could already be turning dirt on this hotel. That's a reality. Instead, what we're proposing to build is the next slide, right? And this is also in your staff report. It's a mixed use development, a place that we think our residents would want to live, work, and play, right? We're incorporating all the components that we like to see. A lot more open space. I think it's worth noting, Alex did, that under the prior development, there wasn't a lot of community benefits from that development. And part of that is, I don't want to get into all the history, but this is the way it came about. There was no affordable housing. There was no required open space, none of that. We're trying to create, instead, a development that has a lot of open space and more affordable housing than any other development that's ever been undertaken here in Park City. So I'll let Trent later walk through the site with you more specifically, but I wanted to give that high level look. Okay. Now, the city over the years has done several different studies. You know, we have the Envision Park City study, which is the one that I just spoke of, embracing bold action, right? In section 4.5.1, it talks about the importance of affordable housing. And they did some polling. 84% of Park City residents said that this is one of the top 3 issues that we have in our community, right? They also said in that, one of the key things we need to do is find housing solutions that implements policies that shift neighborhood balance back to residents by incentivizing long-term rentals and creating more workforce and family housing options such as accessory units and apartments. It's exactly what we're proposing here. It's the reason that we went with for rent units rather than for sell units, because then we feel like we can help control who lives there on the long term and ensure that this just doesn't turn into some sort of out-of-town holding, right? We want to know that we've got 185 units that are dedicated for people that are going to live in our community at the end of the day. In 2016, like we talked about, the Park City Council passed a resolution establishing an affordable housing production plan. And the goal, of course, was to have 800 units by 2026. We were going to have 220 units by 2020. If you scroll down, we hired a consultant again, right? James Wood, to provide a report to us this year. This is how we're measuring up. We've constructed 169 of those units. Well, we have 100, haven't constructed, we've got 169 units thus far. And most of those, the city has had to go out and purchase, right? They haven't been built by developers, or many of those, the city's had to go out and purchase. We've got a tall order in front of us to construct the rest of the units that we have as a goal. But I think taking down 185 in a single project, not only does it get us that, like staff said, this is a significant step toward meeting our goals. I think, in my opinion, it also sets the standard, right? That we can tell other developers, if you're going to come and develop in our town, do something for the community, right? Make it meaningful, make it hurt a bit, right? Because it does hurt. And I'll speak to this as we get to the why 80% AMI. So yeah, I represent a number of developers who look at affordable housing projects. And it is the reason that this number is so low and that so many are purchases by Park City is because it does not pencil, right? That's the line even from the James Wood report, right? It does not pencil. Ground costs are so high here and construction costs are even higher. So when you get down into that 60, 50, 40% range, you are hemorrhaging money. It's not even close. And so I've got another project that we're working with the housing project, department on right now, Jason, and we walked away and I warned them, hey, they may drop it to 60%. They said, we'll withdraw. It doesn't pencil. We can't make it work. We can't justify that to our shareholders, to our members if it's that low. So the reality is it costs a lot of money to build here. And it doesn't matter what you're building that for, whether it's affordable housing or market rate housing, it still costs the same, right? And there's no real savings at the end of the day. And I think that's why we're not meeting our goals. But I want to highlight, you got to have that in mind when a proposal like this comes in and a developer offers basically to take money out of their pocket and build for other people. That's what they're doing. And it is painful. Sorry. Anyway, this is what Alex spoke to earlier. This is also in the staff report, but it's very clear. Section 4.5 of the MPD says you don't have to build any affordable housing, right? The annexation agreement says the same thing. No open space, no setbacks, no affordable housing requirements. This is all bad for the city, in my opinion. Condition of approval 8, we took a step back in the right direction, right? Here, last time we met, this body said, all right, we'll grant you that subdivision, the council agreed. But we're going to put a condition in there that if you come back to us and want to amend it all, we're going to make you comply with our code. We didn't object to that. We don't have a problem with that. We're happy to comply. We're happy to build affordable housing. But as some of you have noted, that does put us over what the prior density was if you count this density. Now, under your code, you don't count this density. This density doesn't count against us. That's why we're at 202,000 when we could build much more. But it's this note that put us over the 282,000 that we had left to build. And we were happy to build that and we have the space to build it. I think we can do it in a way that works really well for the community. But I will diverge a bit. That does where, if you look closely at our height requests, most of them come from the affordable housing component of this. It's the affordable housing buildings that are looking to push up on the height a little bit. I would note that we're right at about 45 feet, which is what the AMPD code allows you to construct to. We did consider filing this under an AMPD process. Unfortunately, the AMPD code does not, has really strict limitations on the amount of commercial density you can have in the development, and we're beyond that. But I would note we do qualify in the 1-for-1, right? 50% of the units have to be affordable housing in an affordable housing MPD. We're way beyond 50% of the units here. So it's not, the only reason we got hung up is some of the other provisions of the MPD code that prevent us from going there. Sorry. Okay, so going to the required affordable housing, Alex did a really great job of laying this out, but we do have these two different categories of affordable housing. The first is the 65 units that arise because of the plat note. And that is what will be at 80% AMI, no higher. And this is the mix that we have here. It'll be 27 studios, 23 1-bedrooms, 10 2-bedrooms, and 5 3-bedrooms. We arrived at this mix in discussions with the Housing Authority. That's part of what drove this, and also our own experience in building and managing affordable housing units in Summit County. The reality is that there's a shortage of small units, and that's actually more within most people's price point. Not a lot of people in this category can afford a 3-bedroom. There is some demand for that out there. That's why we built those. But I tell you what, the studios and the 1-bedrooms, they lease up quick. And most of those, I'll point out, having dealt with this practically, you rarely see one person living in any of those, right? It's not, they don't overload it, but a 1-bedroom will have 2 people in it, right? Husband and wife, boyfriend and girlfriend, that sort of thing. And that typically actually puts them around the 80% mark. It's been interesting for me interacting with our tenants at the Commons. They are dishwashers, masseuse, these are retail and service oriented people, but it's 2 of them. And when you aggregate their income, which is how you do it for AMI purposes, they get right up around the $60,000 to $80,000 a year, which puts them at that 80% AMI. We have not had a substantial number of people well below the 80% AMI who have been applying to come in there. We don't see that as a huge concern. And we think with this mix, we can really meet the needs we've seen. So this is our voluntarily converted density. The mix is very similar. There's just more units. We've got 50 studios, 41 bedrooms, 22 bedrooms, and 10 3-bedrooms for a total of 120 units. I will say, I'd love for you guys to come see the Commons. You probably saw in the staff report that we have had visits previously with staff and others. We're happy. You can see exactly what this mix looks like, how these units turn out. But these are really spectacular units. The Crandalls did an amazing job on that building. It's very high end. I'd move in tomorrow, and everybody's very content living there, but it's a very similar mix to this. All right. I can hit this quick. Eligibility and pricing. It's all going to be deed restricted. It's all going to be for rent. We'll have a third-party manager, qualified third-party manager managing it. Our manager right now at our other units is the same manager the city uses, EMG. That'll be the case in both both quality, 65 and 120. That would be. We can move on from that. We are going to use, quickly on that, we are going to use a waterfall provision to try to be sure that we're employing first the people closest to the space. So we'll start in the Quinns area specifically, IHC, Peace House, people that are USSA that are right there. They will get the first order priority. Then it will roll out to Park City generally, then Park City School District, and then Summit County and the remainder. So we've done that. We did that in our other unit. We really think that helps. We try to get people that are walkable, bikeable, busable first, and then roll out from there. And it's amazing the demand that there is. This goes to Commissioner Johnson. This goes to your question earlier. So on the left, and this is in the packet that we provided, it's part of our housing mitigation plan. That's one of the exhibits. That's the chart on the left. That's what 80% AMI is currently. So if you look at a zero bedroom, obviously one occupant, that would be the studios. The monthly gross rent is $1,674. It's gross rent because that includes the majority of the utilities. It also includes any HOA fees. So that's kind of the all-in number, and it arrives at 30% of their income over the course of the years is the idea of it. But that's the all-in number. I put, just because I thought it was helpful, on the right, that other chart, I drew that from James Wood's report to the city. That's the average median market rate rent that they found in the area. So there's rents that are certainly much higher. But I don't know that he included utilities or HOA fees or anything like that, because that wouldn't be typical. But a studio is $1,938. Where you really start seeing the huge price discrepancies, the 3-bedroom is $3,654, where ours would be $2,486 all in. So it's amazing. It's a significant price reduction if you can even find a unit available. And on the same page, I think it was table 16, Mr. Wood pointed out that even on the market rate units here in Park City, there's over 99% occupancy. I mean, there's just not like there's an abundance of units that are available out there. With that being said, I also wanted to point out, I don't have a chart on it, but Mr. Wood's report indicated that another, more attainable housing, the 80 to 120% AMI offering that really is needed is market rate townhomes. He pointed out that we don't have a lot of market rate townhomes in our area. I actually think even the market rate units that we're bringing to market are units that are sorely needed, right? We're bringing townhomes and condos, and we don't have a lot of townhomes and condos in town that aren't, ski in, ski out. And all the ski in, ski out townhomes and condos are getting bought up. That's what I've seen with my clients, because they're great nightly rentals, right? But we have a large segment of our population in Park City that are seniors. They're looking for locations like this. We met with the Senior Alliance on several occasions, and they were really excited about our market rate units, because they're units that would be, one floor, easy to downsize from whatever home they had in Park City, but still stay in the area. So we actually think that our market rate units really supplement the attainable side of the Park City market, because it's a product offering that's not readily available in Park City unless it's right on the mountain. And then if it's right on the mountain, it's basically untouchable. So I thought Alex hit this well, but here's our, these are the phases where we'll have our affordable housing. This is where we'll meet, of course, the 65 units right out the gate with phase 1. This is a commercial on the main floor with residential above, affordable housing above. This is our Commons project, almost identical. We think it works really well because there's a well-engaged, commercial on the bottom. Alex did know one of the questions is, do we need a new anchor tenant? We don't think we knew, right? This is really Studio Crossings. It's still the studio. We have a 90,000 square foot box next to a 60-foot tall box already. We don't really want to put another big box store in here just to meet an anchor tenant need. What we want to see is an engaged, an engaged community centric type retail. That's why we put it on the bottom floor and residential above. The notion being that we can have coffee shops, daycare, things that a community would need ready access to, maybe a smaller full floor print grocer, more of the type of thing that you would need right there, easily accessible to make your community vibrant and rich. So we've got commercial in both of these buildings right there on the main floor on the plaza, and then the residential above. The next phase, we call it phase 4, but it's really an anytime phase. We may well construct this with phase 1 if it works best, depending on kind of construction loading. This is our other affordable housing building. It's 4 floors of affordable housing. It is one of our taller buildings because it is 4 floors. I would like to note with that, though, that the building that it sits behind, we put it where we put it intentionally, right? It sits behind a 60-foot building, right? And so the idea is to kind of step up the gradient there down. And I would also note that, behind this property, it continues to kind of gradually flow downwards towards Silver Creek. And there's not really any adjacent neighbors other than Highway 40. So it's not like the height on this is really going to obstruct anyone's views or anything like that. We think it will provide a good gradation of scale with the studio building itself, while allowing us to construct, a significant number of affordable housing units in that location. Okay, ending off, one of the other questions that we're going to talk about today is the trip generation analysis. The reality is that the type of use that we are contemplating here now just requires a lot less vehicular trips than what's currently entitled, right? Commercial uses require more trips. That's just a reality. What we're going to have here is a blend. One of the advantages of having a mixed use development, and one of the reasons that these have become so popular, is because it does reduce overall traffic loads. It reduces overall parking needs because there is this cross-pollination in the area. So anyway, that's what Fair and Pierce came back and told us. They said, this is going to greatly reduce the traffic needs of the site. And you can see that I've just taken the summary of their report. The report is in the staff report. It's an exhibit. I think it's Exhibit D to the staff report. But this is the basic, right? On the daily, it's going to take it from 9,110 daily trips to 5,438 daily trips. AM peak 595 to 252, PM peak 700 to 410, Saturday 7,080 to 4,170. And this is not even considering the fact that we are trying to make this a very transit-centered development. We're building a transit stop right into the development. We've already posted a $70,000 bond with the city to construct the access point to the trails behind us, the rail trail. And we're going to put in also an electric bike charging station. We're trying to do the same thing for all the units, have some sort of bike storage available, with the idea being that it's going to be very simple for residents here to either hop on the bus or hop on a bike and be right to downtown. So I think that will further decrease what the traffic requirements will be, but we haven't accounted for that in this study at all. We're just taking it based on straight numbers. Do you want to walk through the site plan? Okay.
So, thank you for your time today. Well, I'll try to be quick. I think what Justin said is probably way more important than some pretty pictures. I'm Trent Smith. I'm with Modern Out West. I'm the architect on the project. And one of the things that we really wanted to do is, like you said, create kind of a community development. And so one of the things that we've been doing is, rights to scaled buildings, a mixture of building types as well as ownership types, and looking at ways that we really can create ways to activate and create an inward looking community that doesn't create more trips, as shown in the Fair and Pierce study. So site plan overall, kind of the bird's eye view. This is the kind of replacement building for the hotel. This is market rate condos, a set of townhomes there on the south, a nucleus or a kind of a hub that has a plaza feature here in the middle, kind of adjoining it, multiple connections to the existing film studios and connection, kind of a plaza, kind of traffic controlling, change in pavement there for the other affordable housing building. The idea with the affordable housing and the townhomes is they both have a very active first floor so that they can walk out. And the plaza, primarily first floor, is commercial with 2 one-story kind of high bay commercial buildings. And then just like Justin said, 2 mixed-use buildings here with commercial on the first floor and then 2 stories above, just like what we've done in New Park successfully. Again, the phasing plan, and I'll get into that each one. So phase 1 is the 2 mixed-use building, commercial on the first floor, 2 stories of housing above, very similar to the Commons at New Park, which the Crandalls have helped develop successfully. Phase 2 is the 2 high bay and the plaza. So the idea is that the plaza would be built and kind of create this hub, this nucleus first. And the goal would be that phase 1 and phase 2, if we can figure it all out, would be, there's a possibility that be built simultaneously so that you'd already have this kind of community center there. You'd have commercial supporting the housing and housing supporting the commercial on site. The part of the phase 2 is community plaza. Think like Christmas trees, a small water feature. There is water rights on the property as well, so that we would use that, kind of keep the water on the site, use it for irrigation. Also part of phase 2 in the plaza is the transit hub. And so at the bus stop, an e-bike station, a roundabout that does support, and we work with the planning department on that does support the size and scale of the buses used for Park City, as well as other transit vehicles that might be used for carpooling, electric bike station there, and then car charging stations throughout the development. They're noted, and when I go back to the overall, they're noted in green stripes. So you'll see that pretty much at every building we've got the scenario that's got that there. Phase 3 is the townhomes, the market rate townhomes, and looking at that piece there where they've got kind of an ownership and creating a community piece. And then actually, I'm going to jump right back real quick to something. Sorry. Phase 4 is the condo building. So market rate condos, again, with the pool looking there. And then that phase 4 or earlier affordable housing building, you'll see that we moved in that earlier slide. It was down here. We moved it over here to make it more of a connection point and step it back, hiding it behind the film piece overall. So that's the overall site. I'm going to zoom in so you can see everything. And I'm going to open it up real quick. I think we're over time, so I want to final thoughts or open it up to everyone.
No, we can go ahead. Let's go ahead and open up for questions. I apologize if we took a little longer than 15 minutes.
While you have this slide up, we'll get to public.
Not public.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I should recognize you.
Step in just to
Yes.
I'm Gary Crandall. I'm part of the group. I want to emphasize that we've really looked at this with all the costs and everything that we have to have the 80% or we're not going to build the project. So we just lay that out for you. But I wanted to point out the incomes when you're talking about this 100% or 80% of the AMI, just so you really understand what it is. You take a couple, 2 people, the most that they can make with all benefits, extra time, part-time, anything, a couple can only make $85,600 a year. That's about $40,000. That's less than a school teacher makes. So right off the bat, if you go over lower than 80%, you won't have any school teachers. If you go down here to the 60% for 2 people, the maximum that the 2 can work together is $64,000. There's no way if you go down there that anybody will qualify for something nice. I just want to make that point.
Okay. While you have this slide up, so I noticed a little bit of a difference from last time you were here on the phase 3, the market rate condos. You have right turn, entry, exit at the top. And I know at the last meeting, one of my concerns was that entry and exit. And so I'm just trying to understand the circulation of what you anticipate the circulation, because it seems like it would take, they could go through the parking lot and get to the light. I think the light is going to be a good, at least making it convenient for anyone that's wanting to go get to the light. And I know that it's a right turnout, but a lot of those people are going to want to go to Park City. So they're either going to still do it, or they're going to have to go and they're going to have to figure out where to turn to then turn around to then get back en route to where they want to go. So I'm just, is that actually connected there? Okay, I see. I saw the brown there.
So it's connected here.
At this high level, I see the brown kind of in between building 1 and 3. And I thought that was a disconnect. So that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I can answer that. So that in theory, so, in a development this scale, one of the things that's a goal for us, because as soon as we, try to get a blend of cars and people or bikes, like Justin said, buses, cars, you're going to have a huge blend. So one of the things we wanted to make sure we did at every kind of connection point between the buildings is try to make it more walkable. So our goal there would be crosswalks, creating a change in the pavement color so that we've got an opportunity there for like a traffic calming and slowing.
Okay.
Yep. It's not a disconnect. There's
okay. That answers my question then. Perfect. That helps. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't difficult to go the easier way. So, and I just wanted to bring that up while that slide was up. I know, we don't have a ton of time. So, I think we'll do with our time here is we'll let the commissioners kind of go through and knowing that this is a work session, we're trying to spit out what it is that we're seeing and concerned about. We may not flush those conversations, so you may not know, we may not get enough information, but hopefully that will make you better prepared for when we do actually get into the deep conversations. So, I've got a list of notes, but I'll try to consolidate them but I think I'll turn to the other commissioners first to see what comments they have at this stage. And I don't know if we won't go left to right or however, but I see John looking over here. So let's do that, left to right.
All right. Well, I want to thank you for the advancements in the project. I did enjoy you originally giving us an overview of the whole thing, and I like the details that are now starting to pop up. I do have a couple questions. Try and clarify with me. So we have 319,000 square feet on the additional new square footage, only 202 according to the code. With the studio included, where are we at total gross square footage?
The studio is 91,000 square feet, so it would be a little over 400,000. I'm horrible at math, but if we've got 319 and 91,000.
So 410, 425.
410, 425. And the original gross density was?
374.
374, but you take off the affordable and you're well under that number. Okay, thank you. Let's move over to eligibility and pricing. There shall be no time limit required in selecting between the orders of priority, which you just went through 1 through 4. What does that mean? There will be no time limit required in selecting between orders of priority?
That's a great question. So when they have these waterfall provisions, sometimes you can set an amount of time between each waterfall that you have to let it sit open. So, you have to let it sit open 7 days until you've exhausted everyone in a certain waterfall. What we're saying there is legal language to say we're not requiring any wait. Once we've exhausted everyone within the first zone, so within Quinns, we can immediately accept applications from anyone in broader Park City, right? And once we've exhausted all the applicants in broader Park City, we can immediately turn to applications in the Park City School District area. We don't have to wait at all between those ranges.
So you have a date, and the date, 20 of them comes up in the Quinns Junction neighborhood. Those are the priority if they're in by the date. And then you have a secondary priority being Park City boundaries. And then you have the third one being Park City School District, and then Summit County. So if you don't have 120 applications that meet the qualifications, you then go to Summit County for the fourth.
That's correct.
Okay, so with regards to community good cause, I like what I'm seeing there. I'm just concerned that this is for workers outside of the film studio tenant.
Yeah, I mean, we are not, we don't give any preference to any certain employment location. You can do that. We chose not to in the sense that a specific business, we're not giving priority to the.
So what would you do?
Itself.
What would you consider to deed restrict the number of units so that we don't have a high percentage of these units going to the employer of who's ever renting the film studio? Excuse me?
Yeah, as Gary points out, the film studio people are more transient in nature, so they're unlikely to sign a year lease, which is the lease term that we have in our. These are long-term rentals, not a short-term rental of any kind. And the other component to that is the waterfall provision only applies at the outset to initially fill the project. That's the way those work. And then once the project is filled, it's on a first come, first served basis, no matter the location where they're at. It's waterfall priority when we initially are building these out and we have a large pool of applicants.
So I look at it a little differently. So we've all talked about this being for the community, and the AMIs I understand quite well. Our AMIs are definitely going through the roof. If you've noticed, the recent one over in Jackson Hole is $350,000. So 80% of 350 is crazy. And we're certainly skyrocketing. So someday we will obviously be over 200,000 for these units. I'm concerned that we maintain the community good cause outside of the tenancy of the film studio. So I would love to see what you have in mind to help us with that. I don't want to be building these just for occupancy on the film aspect of it. You've, come to us with some really nice affordable housing, and I want to make sure it goes to the right place. So I'm going to be looking for that. I disagree with and is there no nightly rental on this project, Alex?
Not in the rental or affordable units. The for sale units could potentially allow for nightly rentals.
Potentially.
Yeah, the market rate units could.
Yeah, I'd like to understand that more when they come back. I think just to answer Mr. Crandall's question or statement, the biggest problem I see is that it's somebody to get a tenant in that film studio long-term is the winter months. The winter months, obviously, we don't have inventory here. So your rentals are great for me, but I just want to make sure that we're not building these for the film studio. So that's my last comment.
All right, I can go next. I have a bunch. I'll be fast. Okay, so let's see. Going through, trying to make notes from your slide that tried to consolidate the 5 questions. I do think that it would be appropriate to do an administrative CUP for the phases, except for phase 4. If I feel like we get to a place where we're all really comfortable when we have a recommendation here. Yes, I'm totally okay with the anchor being the film studio, and so we don't have a big box within this residential community. I think, no, we do not need a peer review analysis of the parking. I would like to know for the parking analysis, does the parking for the film studio get incorporated as like the entire area? And then will those residents also be able to use the film studio parking? Like, is it all one cohesive piece? Do you know that? I just, maybe it's in here somewhere.
Yeah, the answer is no to both. So So because it was subdivided, we've been looking at it as separate. So and if you look at the original MPD, it was always envisioned as a public-private campus. So the film studio is gated off. There's a guard shack there. The film studio parking there on the right-hand side, that's lot 1A, that is always dedicated for the film studio. Conversely, same thing on the other side, the public use development there on the south, on the left on the screen. So it was analyzed by itself.
Okay. I understand the financials and the complexity of this, and so that you could not apply as an affordable MPD. I'm dying for someone to apply for or have an application and use that, or maybe we need to take this opportunity to revisit that and add some element of commercial, because I do feel like the intent of this project is to provide us what we have been desperately seeking, which is affordable units. So also congratulations, or thank you for even spending the time to try to envision this. Obviously we have lots of critiques, but as a whole, I'm excited to see a project that's proposing 185 affordable housing units. So based on that, I would think that this would be sufficient to justify the height exemption. I'm a little concerned about the setback with those 3 townhouses, and I feel like we could maybe get some better understanding with that.
Yep, and that essentially was my fault. It's actually a typo. We think we can get the townhomes in the 25-foot zone, and that is what's allowed right there. Same thing for the, and that's the only one. So you'll see there's 2 red lines, the one to the top, that's where nothing can be built. And then everything below in the 2 zone, that's the 25-foot zone, which we think we can get those 3 townhomes easily within that.
Okay. Also building 1?
Building 1's actually not in that zone.
Okay, because it was mentioned that there was some overlap somewhere. Those ones.
I thought building 1 had a portion of it that was within 200 feet.
That is correct, and that side would be stepped down. That's not clearly indicated on the map that we gave Alex.
So there won't be an exception needed there.
No.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. Even better. I'm okay with the height exemption. The setback was a concern, but that's not an issue. Love the idea. This is some page 12. Yes, the CO should be attached to the affordable. And then, let's see. Okay, this is more not the staff's specific comments or questions for us. Love having bike storage within each building as access to the rail trail and making it super user friendly. Would love childcare in the commercial space. I understand the mechanics, the financials and how you get to the 80% AMI. I also think, so that is fine with me, having the 80% to the 120% AMI. The exit on 04 looked a little tough to me, the egress. And it might just be that it's pretty small. I just wasn't sure about the shoulder there. So maybe some information on that. The rail trail access point, is that a public or is that a private property access point?
It's public.
It's a public, okay. And then I would really like to see no nightly rentals on the market rate units.
So can I speak to that just for 2 seconds?
Yes.
So the market rate, so it's 100 market rate units, and just easy math, that is in place of a 100-key hotel. So putting nightly rentals on townhomes for sale, condos for sale, the alternative was a very much nightly rental 100-key hotel. So,
and if you look at the density of the market rate for sale units, it's the exact amount of density that was allocated for the hotel. So that's why we feel that it would be not favorable to put that limitation on it, as it was already going to be a nightly rental scenario.
Let's see. Maybe in the future when we have more time, I would love to see the mechanics of how we do the deed restrictions for the rental units. That is the thing that I've been most excited about for this project. I feel like it's the thing that we are missing most in town. Obviously, we need more affordable units, period, but we really need affordable units that are rental units. I think that preserves the space for actual AMI
or qualified AMI residents. And I just think it's a better way to provide housing for some of our more transient population. So thank you. All right, speeding along.
Okay. Yeah, I think it would be good to have further discussions on the nightly rentals portion. I understand, kind of both sides of the argument. I would say that this went from kind of a support to the studio development with the hotel and all these different uses to really it's residential development now. And so I'm not opposed. I'm open to that, but now that we're creating more of a residential area, something just to maybe consider when we have that discussion. And just the overall project, I am, also looking at the significant change in use. I'm not saying it's good or bad or anything, but it is. So I'm really just trying to pay attention to what, originally was designed here to what we're looking at now is residential. And at this point, I'm liking the direction that's going in with the affordable housing component, especially with that. I'm no expert on affordable housing, although I am beginning to get some more experience being involved in other outside of Planning Commission, getting involved in affordable housing. I'd be curious to see if, and that's also why I was asking what the city council, what they were targeting, 80%. I trust that, they spend hours talking about this stuff and they set the city's policy. And so I'll always defer to them. But any suggestions that we can pass up the line, 80%, I think that's great. The range that you're hitting and the approach that you're taking so that people don't have to, that they can live there and improve upon themselves without having to get kicked out. I'd be curious to see if there was any way to make that or maybe a portion from the 50 to 150. And so you have these kind of 30 extra on each end. And maybe just a small portion to where, because, and the reason I say that is because it's also the low end, the employees that might work in some of these places still wouldn't qualify. If you're a barista or whatever, you're probably still not going to qualify. And so to try to get a larger range, and maybe there's a way to make that work to where, you keep your 80 to 120 model, but maybe we can peel off 20 units and say, 10 of them go up to 150, and those people actually have to pay more. So that's like the last tier of, okay, you've gotten to 120. Now you're into 130 and 140, and you can stay here, but we're going to bump your rent up a little bit. And that's going to help pay for the people at the very bottom end. Just a suggestion, maybe if you guys could look at that, because I would like to see at least a small component of just a little bit lesser, and maybe that just doesn't work.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about it. I know we're running short on time, but that's actually what we did at the Commons. We allowed ourselves flexibility to take some lower if we took higher. It ends up being a real nightmare to try to effectuate, which is why we didn't propose it here. But I like where your mind goes. Mine went the same place, and we've tried it, but we can talk about that more.
Okay, yeah. And that will segue into, a couple other things that I have my attention on, which is the commercial uses. I know, we're looking at square footages, things like that right now, but which also ties into trip generation. So what are these spaces? Because if they're all, if there's 3 restaurants, those are different numbers than, the different uses. And so I do think it would be important for the city to probably have a third party look at least the trip generation, or how do we know what the trip generation is? Inform me more when we have our next meeting. Because I'm really going to need to wrap my mind around that, and to have a better understanding of the commercial spaces, just so that I understand the function. One of my concerns is really creating a large draw from outside. I don't think it's a horrible thing to draw some outside business and all of that, but just to make sure that this is not becoming a new to go to place for everyone. And a lot of that might be dictated by the uses. And then also those again, trying to carve out something for the people that actually you're now creating employment here. And if there's any way, whether that 50 to 150 doesn't work, maybe there's a way to say, okay, well, we're going to set aside 15 units for people that actually work here, and however you can make that happen, whether they stay open until somebody wants to, or I don't know, but I'd love, I wouldn't like to see someone get a job here and still not be able to afford to live in an affordable project, right? Where, we're kind of building this. So somehow to try to just save space for the people that actually are going to be employed within these commercial areas, so that may be contrary to what JK was saying. I would say not necessarily film studio, but coffee shop. I think that hits most of my stuff, and obviously, when we do get into, the next meeting, I'll be wrapping my mind a lot more around the traffic and parking, and on any project, that's always a big component. So I'm sure you guys will be prepared for that.
Clarification, Chair Phillips, would you like to see a proposed list of commercially, are you in favor? Then one of the questions in the staff report was, should we just identify the allowed uses in the MPD up front? We'd love that approach. We can come forward with what we think should be allowed uses in those commercial spaces now, and we just delineate them in the MPD itself, amendment itself.
I mean, that would help me feel comfortable knowing what we're going to get. And that's one of the concerns, is if we're just saying, and I also know it needs to remain flexible. Otherwise, you may not fill the spaces too. I mean, but I'm just going to need a really good understanding on that, and not even just but like even some more visuals. I know you guys created a few. You're probably pretty far along in the design that you can give us some more visuals just to help us picture this, when the end product here. Because I assume, well, I know you can provide just some more visuals on from more the street level. And that's always a big component of any large project is getting some good visuals, some, what's the visual from the entry coming in, some different perspectives from at a eye level.
Will do.
And can I add one thing? I would love to see the allowed uses for the commercial. Sorry, missed that. I also think that the more that we can incorporate into the MPD, the more comfortable I think the commission would be with doing the administrative CUP to, so,
yes, I have the same thought.
As like a high level.
Because I'm still, I have more notes, but I'm trying to get out as much as I can in a limited time. The CUP, I'm still kind of on the fence, but she's right. Those will help me feel more comfortable knowing what to expect. So, all right.
And I agree with Commissioner Hall. Daycare would be a top priority.
I agree with that completely. Having daycare there would be outstanding so that you're not taking more trips into town with kids. So my quick stuff is, you answered my question for the exceptions of building 1. The waterfall for initial rollout, I think some priority again for those people that are in Quince Junction as more applications come in after you get past that. If you have 2 people up for the same place, or as if it's a busy spot, who gets those priorities, I think should still somewhat possibly be outlined. I understand the nightly rentals for the market rates. I honestly don't have a huge problem with that. Again, I agree with the administrative CUPs as long as we have a bigger picture of what's included in the MPD. I agree also that I don't think we need another anchor for, I think the film studio works. I think that also keeps it as a smaller area and more friendly. I don't think we need more peer review for the trip generation personally. I think that the goal of this is also to encourage anyone who's coming into this site to also use alternative transportation. And I think also trying to come up maybe with some, not now, but down the line, some sort of incentive program for people to ride their bikes. If you have a nice restaurant there that people end up loving, doing some sort of incentives to keep people also coming into the site out of their cars. Look forward to seeing the parking as well. I'm okay with the AMI as you have it. Again, what Commissioner Phillips was talking about would be outstanding, but when I started thinking about it, I was like, man, how do you make sure that you're getting the right people in and maintaining that level? But I think where you guys are going is outstanding and a huge help to the city. I look forward to seeing up closer the bike circulation plan, the walking plan within the site, because it is pretty, you can see how you have it delineated, but I would like to see more detail on all of that. And I think that's my quick stuff for right now. I'm okay. Yeah. Okay. Trying to be quick. Thanks.
I think everybody touched on a lot of stuff there. So I'm okay with the anchor tenant being the film studio. We're not doing a height exception now. Is that because
there will still be a height exception because the zone height technically only allows up to 28 feet.
Right. Okay.
And this goes to 48.
Yep. These 3 buildings would require it.
Okay, so I'm okay with that height exception in lieu of the affordable housing. I like the plan for affordable housing. Of course, we'd like it lower. I would appreciate if you guys looked at the staggered AMI like Chair Phillips mentioned, but I think you guys are on the right track. I'm on the fence with the CUP as well. I think more information will clear that up, and parking will be a big thing. Because I'm looking, I just kind of counted it out. So we have 550 spots without the film studio, 285 units. So that leaves 265 if we do 1 spot per unit. So yeah, I'll just be interested in seeing that at the next meeting. But I think that generally covers everything other than what everyone else mentioned. So
I'm okay with the height exceptions as well.
Yeah.
Could you give us the current AMIs on Park City versus Summit County AMI?
If we can't today, we certainly can when we come back for a hearing.
Yeah. See if you guys.
Does 130,000 sound like close to Park City's AMI?
Sounds low.
That sounds low.
No, it's 80. I don't know. What is it?
I prefer not to speculate. I can make sure we have that. It's in the housing needs assessment, I believe, which is linked from the staff report, but might take me some time to find it.
Yeah, and the concern I have with the AMI is we're doing this, as Commissioner Hall said, a lot of the community good cause where we're going to transfer to this. And I don't want to see 10 years from now that AMI be $200,000. I don't know. Is there a way to cap it so that we put it actually on income? Like I think the average couple income right now in Salt Lake is 80,000. And obviously that's where a lot nowadays of our service workers come from. They're certainly not living in town, less and less every month. So I'd like to see because we're exploding, I'd like to see where that community good cause, where we can cap it and keep it in this project a decade from now. And I am against nightly rentals. I think the community good cause is to have that kind of product available for primary residents here.
Yeah.
John, just to answer that or to respond to that, you had raised some concerns about the affordable housing being used as housing for the film studio staff.
Correct.
And then concerns about the permanent housing.
Correct.
We actually see the inverse of the problem, which is a solution. We don't see anybody qualifying from the studios in our affordable housing because they make too much, number one. Number two, we plan on withholding some of those market rate units for ourselves so that way we can do nightly rentals for those people, so that way they can save those trips. I understand we want to give the coffee shop worker an affordable unit, but what's the difference between the coffee shop driving up from Salt Lake or the film studio employee driving from Salt Lake? Either way, you have a trip generated. So we actually see the opposite, where we want to keep the nightly rentals on the market rate and then serve that community, which is going to be very prevalent here soon. We just got the incentive increased by about how much? We doubled the incentive, and that's the reason why Yellowstone left. We're in talks with 3 large networks right now that want to be here. So we do see that studio component alleviating those trips via the market rate units.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I understand the community good cause of having a substantial tenant in that building and the tax dollar and the effects on our community. There's a lot of very positive ones, but I think the word I'm looking for is balance. So I appreciate you coming and mentioning that you might be interested in keeping some of those private units or the primary units, market rate rental units for that use. And we still have that benefit for the community that we're looking to balance here between the commission and between the development.
Okay, we still have 2 commissioners, Commissioner Suster and then Commissioner Tim.
Okay, I'll try to run through my comments as well. I think the Planning Commission should be involved in the approval for the phases. I'm okay with the film studio being the anchor, but I would like those sort of allowed uses broken down and more details on the retail units. I don't think a peer review analysis is necessary for traffic, but I would like to see it for the parking in the project. I'd like some more clarification on any underground parking that's envisioned, any driveways, and if there's going to be retail parking. I have a concern about the height, given the restrictions in the original MPD. And with regard to Commissioner Hall's comment about her would love to see this as an affordable MPD instead, I agree with that. And we heard a lot from Jason Glidden about how it's hard to get affordable projects to pencil. Well, I think we're here contemplating this amendment to the original MPD and the significant change in use on this property because their project, as drafted in their original MPD, didn't pencil. If you look at the permitted uses under the settlement agreement in section 1.3.6 of their settlement agreement, it's very restricted. The permitted uses are recreation, an international film school, commercial support retail, entertainment center, motion picture media campus, sound stages, studios, and event center, and a hotel lodging. So I just want the commission to understand how limited that is. And perhaps that's why this project isn't getting developed as originally envisioned. And therefore, I would like to suggest that rather than so many market rate units be incorporated here, we should look at mixing in attainable units in addition to the affordable units in lieu of some market rate units, because I think this can be that the developer is asking for a lot for, and yet they're in a bind with their original MPD. That's my assessment of this application and the considerable requests being made, including the increase to the density when you don't back out the affordable housing. So I would like the developer to consider including some attainable units in lieu of some market rate units in terms of a community benefit giving back. I also was curious that there was no community center so I would like some more details maybe on the amenities that are envisioned. And I'd also like clarification, and you don't have to give this to me now, but are the 65 units of affordable plan for phase 1 or 2, the first phase of this new lot? Is it lot A or lot B? I don't remember now, but for this new side of the development, or is it, how many units of affordable housing are envisioned during that first phase of affordable housing development? I'm not clear on that. I don't know if that's been clarified. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Okay, we'll turn to our last commissioner, Commissioner Tim.
So, yeah, I think I echo a lot of the thoughts, just for clarification on a lot of the thoughts of the other commissioners. Just in terms of clarification of a few things, since there are alternative thoughts. I do think that the Planning Commission should consider each phase under the CUP. With regard to an anchor, I think that the commercial anchor is in place. That said, and I think the applicant sort of alluded to this during their presentation, but I think some neighborhood retail, perhaps a number of 2,000 to 5,000 square foot users would make this a real mixed use project. The idea that this huge anchor is making this a mixed use project, I think, is a little bit of a misnomer. To say that there should be a whole lot of other commercial in there doesn't make sense either, but having something that makes sense for the neighborhood would be the right thing. And I think the applicant had mentioned that, and further definition of that, I think would be important. With regard to the applicant's traffic and parking analysis, I looked at it, I looked through all the numbers and the comparisons. Clearly there's less intensity of use with this modification than there was before, especially with a hospitality user no longer being a part. And I don't see a whole lot of reason to have a third-party review. I think that staff can review the report. I think the numbers are pretty clear from what I saw. In terms of the affordable housing, I have said in the past and will continue to believe that we need housing in the city that's in the 40 to 60% AMI range. That said, I don't know that out here in this setting that's the right place for it. And so I think the 80% AMI is probably a good number. I like the idea mentioned by Commissioner Souser with regard to some contingents of attainable housing. I think that's probably something well worth consideration. I'm in favor of the condition requiring the C of Os for the market rate units being contingent to the C of Os for the affordable housing in the later phase. Let's see, just a couple of other things. With regard to building height, I actually, just from a massing standpoint, just from a planning standpoint, I think that little extra height out at this site is actually sort of beneficial to help identify sort of part of the gateway entry to the city. And so I think the height is fine, given the additional affordable housing. I think that makes sense. The only other thing that I'd mention is that westerly driveway. I think you ought to consider creating a dog leg so you come in at 90 degrees to SR 238. So those are my thoughts.
All right. I think we've captured all the commissioners' comments at this point. So I hope that was helpful to you guys, and look forward to seeing you guys come back again.
Thank you all for your time. Really appreciate it. Appreciate the feedback.
Thank you.
All right. All right, so we went about 30 minutes over on that one, which it usually happens, so it's not abnormal.
Try to be really fast.
All right, so next. Okay, so next we have the general plan supplemental update, long-range transportation plan. We'll give you guys a minute to settle in, so.
Is there any audio going on at this time, or am I missing something here?
I haven't heard anything.
It's a very quiet presentation so far.
Chair Phillips, can you hear Doug, Tim, and I? Uh-oh.
Oh, well, maybe there's a hint there.
Oh, shoot.
I'll call John.
Okay.
So just a little statement on where we are in the process. We met with you 2 weeks ago to talk about the transportation planning as kind of a whole. Today, we're coming to talk to you with Park City Forward, long-range transportation plan, a discussion and potential recommendations. In June, we plan to go to a work session with City Council, June 9th, and then later this summer, consideration for adoption with the City Council if you recommend this to
not on here is if we wanted to continue this item as well, but that would be added, obviously. So a little bit about the adoption consideration. We've worked with Mark and Gretchen and her team on how we best felt that this could be incorporated into the city's kind of organizational structure. And we've reached what we feel is a really good approach, and that is a supplemental update to the existing transportation element of the general plan. What this does is it provides us, with some consistency with the general plan, but it does not supersede anything that is in the current general plan. So when you're looking at the transportation elements of the general plan, you could reference the existing general plan or Park City Forward as both of them. They don't replace each other, they are supplements. We thought this would be good to give this planning process and this board some teeth while still allowing, the past work to be looked at. Because we recognize that there are elements of the general plan that are really important that might not be as nuanced in this planning effort. So you can use both of them. With that said, we also envision this rolling into the general plan update that's planned to come out in the next year or so, and that we're committed to working with staff and this board to ensure that Park City Forward is well represented in any sort of general plan update. I wanted to kind of give you a sense of why we do a general or a long-range transportation plan like this. So really there are kind of 3 time horizons we work with in transportation planning. This one really fits squarely into the first one, being long-range planning. And why we do this is, a lot of these transportation projects are big, long-term planning that take multiple years. They require environmental analysis to get grants from the federal government. They require intensive regional collaboration with stakeholders such as UDOT or the county, possibly UTA, if the Park City PCSOC Connect was involved. So really it takes multiple years and an understanding of these projects. And we kind of need a long-range plan to give us some backbone and blueprint moving forward. Within that, there are short and medium range plans, a short range transit plan that we briefly mentioned last week that's looking at 5 years as a quicker one of these, or, roadway improvements, something that requires design. And then there's immediate actions we could take that involve, peak day traffic management, people first streets, and other pilot programs. So what this really does is provide a blueprint for looking at long range plans that help us kind of, identify what needs we need to do in the future before they're right on our table.
So continuing on that time horizon, because we're operating here in the long range format. So Park City Forward, we envision this being a resource for you, for the public, for development proposals. And in these 5 bullet points, this is how we envision this will be utilized. So identifying regional projects and needs. Transportation projects are incremental. They take a lot of time, big capital projects, for example, and there's multiple steps. So when we're doing this, we are identifying it in our long range plan. We're thinking, it's setting us up for our funding, for our grant opportunities, for our coordination if it takes a regional agency or a regional entity, whether it's potentially like a UDOT or it's Summit County or even bigger than that. Sometimes there'll be an environmental process, which would then feed into your engineering, your design, and all of these steps can take a substantial amount of time, but it all depends really on the project. So we would utilize this when we're talking about our transportation goals, our needs, our identified priorities. The next one would be funding projections and grant applications. That's another function that comes out of the transportation planning department. We are applying like crazy to grants. This year alone, we've applied for actually over $12 million for capital projects. And having this long range plan as something that we can point to, and that we've had all this stakeholder engagement from the community, the support that it's adopted, soon to be adopted or considered by all these boards, you and our city council, speaks great weight when we're looking at these applications and these funding mechanisms. The next one is building policy and regulations. So I'm just going to point quickly, I'm sure it's all on the top of your minds because you guys think about this too, is our modal hierarchy. So that's something that we've, prioritizing multi-mode, bike, pedestrians, transit. And this is something that's been presented to City Council, it's been presented to you with some of your development applications. And this is a concept that has come out of the community output, identifying the goals and the strategies within this plan. And also it would be kind of that supplemental tool. So, I mentioned the modal hierarchy, that's one piece, but there are other strategies that the city is working on as a result of thinking long range that are identified in this plan. Then I'm going to point to Caitlin to talk about policy.
Thank
That's her
you.
specialty.
And an additional component of implementation of this plan, since we know that plans themselves are incredibly important, but the implementation of those plans is really what is the bread and butter of collective planning efforts. One of our short-term goals, if this plan is adopted, is to look into doing some updates or some additions to the Land Management Code, or the LMC. And for example, we don't want to, get too into the weeds here, but just for example, as we saw on the previous item, transit options really touch so many different kinds of developments within Park City. So for example, we may consider adopting transit station amenity standards that the Planning Commission could then refer to when you are reviewing those land development applications. And additionally, when we do come through with these amendments or these updates to the adopted ordinances, and we would have the opportunity to bring those to the Planning Commission and get your feedback on those items as well. And then you and the other members of the community would be able to see how, again, we are implementing the plan.
One important element of this plan is it's really not any one specific project mode or one specific traveler persona. And so lots of times, one of the fundamental questions we get asked is, who is this plan for? And being, the city's overarching long-range transportation plan, it's really for all travelers within Park City. So to that end, we've really looked at, different types of travelers, whether that's a resident, a recreation day tripper, a seasonal or construction employee, or a cultural event visitor, and kind of tried to suss out how we think that the different projects and policies of the Park City Forward plan could be utilized to help these different transit modes. We recognize that lots of these users have different travel sheds and different travel needs. Some travel during the peak events and some travel, every day for different activities. And we want to recognize that all of them are important in the traveling public. So to that end, we really have identified kind of the blueprint or backbone of this plan being looking at how we're getting people to Park City. So whether they're coming for recreation or employment. And these are some big regional projects, high capacity transit along the gateway corridors, as able park and rides on the entry corridors or the entries to the city on the gateway corridors, working with our resort partners on improving multimodal and transit facilities at their hubs or destinations. And then also, within that, really looking at peak day mitigations and data collection and marketing and messaging. What can we do that are lower impact, faster implementable items that we can help mitigate some of these crazy peak days that we see so much. Those are kind of, big events getting into Park City. But we also recognize that getting around Park City is critical to many of our community members. And so within that, we have rail trail connections, intersection improvements, widings of, crossings and improvements of crossings, complete streets, bus stop improvements, and flexible transit, as well as Old Town circulation. So it's really marrying of these big projects when people are coming into town in big numbers, and then making sure that our community is a cohesive, well-connected transportation community that allows multiple different modes of getting around. So to that end, you guys got the big project list already, but a quick highlight, we have multiple active transportation projects, shared mobility, lots of transit. We still include roadway and good movement improvements. Parking and TDM is critical for any transit system. And also looking at what technology and innovation could really help, kind of work within the system that we already have to make sure it's being maximized to the best of its efficiency. One thing we wanted to do with this group today is, we heard a lot about how active transportation is really critical to this group. So we wanted to kind of give an example of a project and how it's represented in Park City Forward. So through the walk committee and other events and other groupings like that, we've recognized that Snow Creek, the 248 crossing, and the work with Heinrich and John, the city engineer, really building that cross section up. You've heard about either a tunnel or a bridge. So how is that kind of represented in Park City Forward? Well, it's in pedestrian crossing improvements, which was ATO2 out of the big list. And within ATO2, it's an undetermined crossing type within that. So you can kind of see how it starts building down. So, it's identified as, okay, this is a key crossing, but it doesn't say what, type of crossing it is. That's something that would come in, more detailed engineering work and understanding like that. So, it's a higher cost because there are multiple crossings. This is one of the highest projects we have, especially for active transportation, but there are multiple crossings in ATO2, this one being one of them. So, we recognize it's a critical one. We recognize that there are other critical crossings. So they're all kind of put together into a pedestrian crossing improvement. Only one of these, it should be noted that only 1 and 1.5 of these crossings is really included in the first 5 years of this plan, because we recognize that they're very expensive to build. So we put, okay, well, we know that we need 1, potentially, some other like more at-grade crossings within the first 5 years. But then, they're built out past the 5-year mark with some of the other big crossings. So it's kind of showing you that, like, again, we recognize that crossings are important. This one is in the first 5 years. Subsequently, in subsequent years, there are going to be more crossings that are budgeted for. So this kind of helps us get a sense of like, okay, how is the money being spent? Where is it most important to be spent? And then we give it, to the next project to kind of say like, okay, here's what the actual project design would look like. So that's kind of just a quick highlight of how one project is kind of represented in this plan. You can see it's just like one small element of the 90 projects. And hopefully when you guys were able to review the documents, you saw that there is a lot of active transportation that's still being considered in there, and that we recognize how important it is to the community. So we wanted to be quick, but kind of tee up 2 questions for you guys today is like, how can Park City Forward support what you guys do in the development review process? How is we as transportation planning staff in this project help shape the general plan update? And then open it up for any other questions you guys might have as part of the consideration of this project.
All right. Is that it?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for getting through that speedily.
Yes.
I'll turn to the commissioners, open it up to the commissioners.
You guys want to start at that end?
Should we do a reverse order? Start with Doug Tim.
Oh, yeah.
We'll do a reverse order. I'll open it up to any commissioner that feels.
Okay, so I certainly appreciate the update and am fully supportive of the efforts that are ongoing. In terms of the questions, how can Park City Forward support development and review process? I guess what comes to mind for me is we have a number of projects that have come before us where TDM, transportation demand management initiatives are necessary, and having your input with regard to those going forward would be of great benefit to know if some of the initiatives that are being proposed really make sense with the overall plan that's moving forward. And so I think maybe that's my answer to both of those questions, but fully supportive of what you're doing, and thank you for the presentation.
That's an excellent comment. That's exactly what we're looking for, and it's really helpful to highlight that one.
Okay, I guess I'll weigh in. So with respect to these 2 questions, yeah, I'll echo what Commissioner Tim said about the traffic demand management contribution would be really helpful, and just sort of for Park City Forward to really be at the table in especially for major MPDs or amendments to major MPDs like what we're considering right now with respect to the two major base developments. And I'd also, what would also really be helpful is it strikes me that the project is this is what the city's doing. And I think it would be very helpful if Park City Forward thought broadly about how stakeholders in the community should be in terms of
Commissioner Sousa, we lost you there for a minute. You're back.
Oh.
Can you repeat your last full comment?
Yeah. Yes. With respect to
broadly.
Yeah. I think rather the plan and the project seem this is what the city's doing, and I even you anticipate getting feedback from the community to develop those projects. But I think it would be very helpful for Park City Forward to think about how the stakeholders in the community or developers that are proposing projects can engage, get involved, or contribute to those projects as well. How to bring those players in to help the community meet its goals under this plan, rather than just thinking it alone as a city project, if that makes sense. With respect to, I wouldn't feel comfortable tonight recommending this plan to the city council for the city council's consideration, only because I do think it's kind of very much in a draft form, and I think it needs some work. So I'm not quite at the point of recommending it in its current form to city council. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Commissioner Phillips, would be okay if I just asked some follow-up questions to that?
Yes, absolutely.
Commissioner Sousa, thank you so much for giving us that feedback. I think it's extremely helpful. And in your question on the draft form, it would be helpful for us to get a sense of, we put draft because it hasn't formally been recommended to city council. We also wanted to make sure we were getting your feedback and review on this. We're also, going to a couple other stakeholders and getting their feedback and review as well, including our partners at Summit County and UDOT. And so, it would just be helpful if there's certain areas that are you think need work or attention on that draft condition. And then the other piece, just to respond to, you mentioned about the stakeholders and the developers. One thing we would also look to the commission for feedback on, we intentionally called out the Park City base area and the Deer Valley Resort area as areas for multimodal transit hubs, recognizing that there's both the community need in this and also, the developers could potentially contribute to this amenity. Those are private partner or development. I'm probably not using the correct term in the land use world, but they are contributions that developers can make to offset their transportation impacts, which also advance the city's transportation and multimodal goals. So we have purposely left that some of those areas are open for stakeholders and developers to kind of fill that in. And we would defer to you if that's the appropriate approach. And I don't know if there's anything more to add on that. I'm looking at the rest of my team or Gretchen.
Well, I'll give you some quick other feedback then. Well, for instance, what you just said about developers contributing to, so let's say that involves a park and ride like Twins, but you have a reduction in parking element of this proposed supplement to the general plan, and so that reduces a developer's parking requirement at, let's say at Base Resort, for instance. And how are we going to get them to contribute if we reduce their parking requirement? We still have people to park, and we're reducing parking hopefully at the base and parking them elsewhere. But how do we get a developer, for instance, or a resort to contribute to that park and ride if they don't have a parking requirement to meet? And so that's a little feedback about one of my concerns in the proposed plan. And I'm also concerned about adopting this type of supplement in the midst of two major resort development projects and how that would impact potentially those projects. I'm concerned about that. So those are a couple of my reservations regarding this draft plan. Thanks.
Commissioner Phillips, if I could just comment, I just want to be clear, and it might not be, the PC forward is basically kind of the general plan of transportation. So it's high level, it's big picture, it's a guiding document. It's not getting down into the weeds and the nitty gritty. It's making recommendations on things like modal hierarchy about how we should be getting from A to B in our community in kind of a broad sense. It does have projects and recommended initiatives within the plan, but those are just recommendations. Those are looking at potential projects that we will be wanting, that are going to push the needle on achieving these overarching broader goals. And so to Commissioner Susser's comments, those are things that would get worked, the more nitty gritty about how much parking a development has or doesn't have would get worked out when that actual development comes in front of you. But you would use this plan as the guiding document that, yes, we need the multimodal, connections. We need to be thinking about a modal shift, a modal hierarchy. And that's where the plan comes into place. So the plan's intention is not to be in the weeds. I don't know if that's helpful, but I just want to put that out there.
Okay.
I thought it was extremely helpful because that was my concern as well. I actually, I'll agree with Commissioner Tim on having you guys more part of the processes with the TDMs. But my biggest thing with it was, to that point, I saw the benefit for us when reviewing developments for like Bonanza District and the neighborhoods, but it was the resorts where I kind of paused and went, without, I just want to ensure, without any sort of remote option, the reduction in certain areas isn't going to work. We see the overflow in town, even if it's a small, minor development. It doesn't have to be at the base. Everyone's asking for a parking reduction without having solutions outside of town. I just want to make sure that we're not pigeonholing ourselves by adopting this and following it as a guide. So, no.
No, I just to speak to that. No, I think everybody is asking for a parking reduction, and we support parking reductions, but not without other mitigation, not without not just parking reductions just willy-nilly without being able to say, yes, we're going to park them here, they're going to ride transit, or there's going to be a park and ride over here. So that's not what the plan is saying. But we do recognize that parking is an issue and that we have too many cars entering the community in the day. So one way of trying to address that is to reduce parking, because every parking spot is another car on the road.
Right. No, I get that. Okay.
How many pages is the overall document?
I believe it's 120 or so for the main report. It's called the blueprint, and I believe 15 to 20 for the executive summary and then the engagement report.
Okay, yeah, 120 pages is a lot. And so one of my thoughts was similar to when we had our joint session, we talked very high level about our general plan. And I would just say, the simpler we can make it, the more readable it is. As I'm looking through, and I apologize, my links are not working right now. My hyperlinks within the report, so I'm just kind of flipping through the staff report, which is not how I normally operate. But I would say I love the work. And I understand the use of this and where it kind of sits in the hierarchy of things. And but I look and I see things that I feel like can be, a lot of it is information on how we got here, and just wondering if it can't be cut down in size, similar to what I would hope to see in our next general plan.
I think
so that it's more that this is instead of the kind of cutting out as much as the background, what I'll call background noise, and how we got to this, and just getting right to the point. But just a suggestion, and and to be honest with you, having only a few days to review this and then give input is where my real reservation is going. Okay, we're passing this up the chain, and have we really gone through and looked at it? There's some visuals that I could say, hey, I think if you change this and you did that, and so I could see having some more involvement in critiquing it. And I think at the last meeting I had said, give me bullet points on what it is you're looking for. And I'm looking at bullet points here, but they're the 2 bullet points that are up on the screen right now, and they're not help pointing me into what I can do to be productive. But in general, I think it's great work that you guys have done. I'm not opposed to it, but I do have a little bit of reluctance in feeling like we haven't really reviewed it. I don't know how much, how much our role is desired in that before it is sent up to city council, and anything that we can do to better the document. But I'll look to the other commissioners to see kind of where they're sitting on all of that.
You can go. Why don't you go and we'll go to, okay. I agree with a lot of what's been said. I would agree that it's a lot to digest. It's a lot of great information. I feel like it's good to skim it, but then kind of looking for that high level summary. And I actually was just trying to find it. And I think it's actually, for me, it's page 78 in the first, I think it's the first one where it talks about the project list. If I'm what is the meat and bones of this? It's give me the list, what's the action plan for the next 5 years? You've spelled out the priorities. You have, their project ID, their name. You even go down into detail. For example, the pedestrian crossing improvements, and you bullet point those specific ones. To me, that's the meat and bones of everything. And everything else is good background information for people who really want to know what all led to this. So conceptually, I feel like it's great to have all that information for people who want to read everything. We like to read because we're on commission, but yeah. And then functionally, I love the concept of itemizing, prioritizing, taking it from it looks like a business strategy plan, which is great. Conceptually, or getting into the nuts and bolts of it though, I just go back to more of the active transportation plan or component is so much more important to me than the other items listed. That's just my personal preference. So yeah, I would just disagree with, from a personal standpoint, with a lot of the priorities that were pushed in there. And I would just love to see more of the active transportation taking a priority. And then even the project list is really extensive. So even distilling that down is what's happening next year. And then high level on that. And then, and I don't know if this was in here, but I missed it. I feel on peak days, we need an exit strategy. And besides the cops sitting on every intersection, just like bothering us with their lights, like not actually doing anything, which drives me crazy. It's like a peak ski day or Kimball Arts Festival or whatever it is. And I don't know, like to me, that's just like living here and moving around. Like that to me seems like a big pressure point. Aside from the daily, would just love more pedestrian improvements on Main Street and, you know, Park Ave. I feel like walkability, bikeability, safe crossings. And I don't necessarily, I know that they're so expensive to have the underground, underpass or overpass, but is there anything else we could do that's like less time consuming and expensive, like marking the bike path, having like, I see like lost people all the time on the Summit bikes. They have no idea, like they're like going down they're like at Jan's and they like have this beautiful bike path and then they like get to the intersection. They're like, oh, now what? So that's just like my takeaway, my like personal experience, like living here. Also just wondering about the Marsac closure in winter and if we could get any more information on the potential 248 expansion. And then if you could describe a little bit more for the complete street for Park Ave. I guess that's getting into nuts and, you know, we don't have that much time. So that was a lot. Sorry, we're trying to be fast. You want to go or they can?
Okay. So, yeah, I agree with most of what the commissioners have said here. TDM support is great. That's a real positive move for the commission. And trying to summarize, I think what a lot of commissioners were just saying is, how does this superseding document was used in the staff report or support document compare, and where are the changes in the updates specifically to the 2011 transportation plan? And I tried to link and I couldn't link, so I had to go back and, you know, get online and try and bring that report and try to say, okay, the intersections are called out for. The 248 expansion, I know we're $3 billion behind any other possibility with UDOT doing it. I know Madam Mayor over at Wasatch, the Wasatch PAC recently spoke of perhaps taking over jurisdiction, having discussions with UDOT and taking over jurisdiction of 248. I really know that, if you want to call it disruptive idea, I don't know what timing is of it, but I know that we're limited to a lot of things based upon the decisions we've made over the years. But a lot of the other things are still existing in our general plan. And to that, I don't think in certainly meetings with back in the day pre-COVID and all that, I think the world has changed. So you could really help us with just summarizing the kind of bullet pointing the differences that this and define it for me. Is it a superseding document or is it a support document?
Well, it would supersede the 2011 TTMP trail, and then it would support the general plan. So if that makes sense.
Then if I can add to that, so in October, I think it was October 2nd of 2020 or 2019, you're gonna test me on this one, but we took the 2011 Traffic and Transportation Master Plan forward to council and basically identified the project list there. And incredibly enough, we have built everything in that plan. In addition, some of those projects are outdated and they're no longer goals of the city. You know, we've just moved on to different projects, or they just don't align with our multimodal transportation goals. And so those concepts have fed into, when we started this plan, we looked at all of the existing documents, the Trails Plan, Summit County's Active Transportation Master Plan, UDOT's Long Range Statewide Plan, in addition to all of the plans that the city currently has adopted, the general plan. So these were foundational items that played into the background of developing Park City Forward. To also answer your question, Commissioner Kenworthy, about 248, this is a challenging one, and that's why we've identified 248 throughout the plan. So there's as I mentioned, there's incremental approaches to how we build transportation projects. 248 is tricky because it is owned by UDOT, as you mentioned, it's their facility. And so we're in continued conversations with them about what is feasible right now in the short term. And what's resulted is what we saw, I think it was last year, the year before, they did a pavement reconstruction project where they added pedestrian improvements on Bonanza and 248. You guys see those high visibility crosswalks. They also upgraded all of the crossings for ADA compliance. Then they added in that inbound, westbound shoulder running bus lane. They recognize that's not the ultimate solution. We recognize that's not the ultimate solution. So right now we're talking about what can we do in the next 1 to 3 years? And then what does it look like? Is it a full just jurisdictional transfer on the corridor? Is it something else? Is it a transit corridor analysis? And that's why in Park City Forward, we've identified in that 1 to 5 year plan, a transit corridor study, some incremental improvements, and then in the disruptive ideas, I believe 248 is also. So you can see how this is all drilled down, because the plan is not necessarily to get into the details. It's when that project comes forward, that's when we work with the regional entities. And as Alex illustrated through that Snow Creek crossing, that's how we dive into the details, is more of that site area planning or corridor planning level. So this is the fluffy general plan strategies.
My concern, like the others, is that we really haven't had enough time. And if there was an answer to number 2, again, I would think that if there was a bullet point comparison of these things. I also think, just in terms of 224, obviously we're still waiting at the engineering of that with the width of the street and everything. It seems to be worth the wait, and the funding and everything else on that plan. With 248, obviously we have some limitations there. A bus in and out of traffic was, is probably always going to be a component to bringing people in there. So, and now that we're at the back of a $3 billion already commitment from UDOT, UDOT already has $3 billion in projects committed to that we would even have to go behind if we upgraded our environmental, our expired environmental everything. And what I don't want to see is us going backwards. Okay, and getting in the back of UDOT's queue is going backwards. So whatever we're going to do there, we need to go forward. Whether we made a mistake or it was the right move, I won't tell. But I don't want to go back to 248 on UDOT's queue. That I just want to make clear. So my point is to help me with number 2. I want to see just the comparison in there. And why I'm adamant about that is because and it was recent, 2-3 years, when we had this decision making, it was very clear to that council that BRT was out once we made that decision. Certain council members, if you look up their minutes and read the minutes, they were saying, okay, we're not going to be able to go backwards. And I just don't want to think that we're going to be able to do that with UDOT anytime in the near future. I don't want to mislead the community.
I don't have a whole lot to add. I agree with most of what's been said. I do think making sure that we're able to tie our big projects back into these goals, like specifically, was really helpful. I do love like the breakdown of areas, specific challenges in every area, and giving us goals for those specific areas is really, really helpful. And I do love that part of just the overview of each area and really being able to target those plans. I agree with having, I know you have in here kind of what projects are in each area, but I guess too, also breaking those down by, they are in priority, but I think those charts are a little bit hard to look at. Just, I guess with more which ones in each area are really the big targets for our goals. I agree with Commissioner Hall, active transportation goals as a priority in most areas and really trying to bring that forward as much as possible. I think that's about it. But mostly thanks for all the work on it. I think it's going to be amazing once we have a little bit more time as well. I agree to look at it and really make sure that it's a really strong supporting document, but it's amazing work.
How long do you anticipate this document being utilized before it's revisited and redone? I mean, just give me an idea. I know you don't know, but
I would anticipate maybe
like 10-year document.
5 to 10 years, because I certainly would get some sort of update when the general plan is updated, refresh a certain looks. I'd say 7 to 10 years. I mean, if you think 2011 was the last one, 2022 now, I'd say that's probably about right.
Yeah, and so in that, and even when I go back and look at the general plan, and again, I've said the same comment where I think the general plan is it needs to be our current one, and when we do a newer one, I think needs to be much more streamlined. I'm just going to give like an example of what I'm talking about, and that is in the very first few pages. First of all, there's lots of pages that are just a picture of a bus in front of a building or a picture of Main Street, and I think that those could either be vignettes on other pages or just get rid of it, because we all have seen pictures of all around Park City. Just a good example of how I could cut out 5 to 10 pages out of the document like that. But also there's a lot of background talking about, the last couple of years and how important is that information that we paused for COVID and we did all of this in 7 or 8 or 9 years. And even now when I go and look at our general plan, there's parts of it where I'm like, well, that's just so irrelevant now. It doesn't even matter. And that's kind of what I'm getting at, is just kind of cutting out like things that don't really matter. Like we all know we went through COVID and we know that there was a process, but is there a way to take those and put them in a different document that is the backup for this? And is it, so that a reader can go in and just get right to the objectives that some people are not going to want to sit there and try to figure out, okay, where do I need to start paying attention for what this is going to help me do. I don't know if that's a little broad, but again, I haven't had the time. Our overall packet was 1,022 pages that we got on Friday, and we all have lives too. So anyways, I think that's my main takeaway from where I'm personally at on the document. I don't know what you guys propose moving forward here.
Yeah, I think these comments have been really excellent and also a bit eye-opening. It is making me kind of reconsider and that we've given you this 120-page packet and asked for your input on it. And it's making me think that it might have been more productive if we had done an executive summary of the plan and presented an executive summary to you that has the priority projects only. It has a big overview of what is being accomplished, because ultimately you're using this document as your lens for looking at land use applications from the transportation standpoint. It's a lens for you. It's not the nitty gritty. And so I think in that sense, if we could return maybe with an executive summary that is kind of just the big picture, and because that's really ultimately what we're asking for you. Are you okay with the big picture? Are you okay with the type of how we want you to be looking at it? Because we're not asking for the details of how to solve 248, but when that project comes up, let's look at it through this lens. Let's make sure there's a bike path. Let's make sure that there's the safety measures. Let's make sure there's traffic calming. Let's make sure that, we're all the good things that are in this. And so I think that might be the best way forward, is that we return with something that's a little bit more digestible.
I will say there is sort of an executive summary component I think it's Exhibit A in your packet, but maybe the key takeaway from our discussion here today is there needs to be more meat in the executive summary and maybe a little less in the secondary, because I think it's an interesting walking a fine line, because you're going to get a lot of people that say like, where are all the projects? And I want to do a deep dive. And you're also going to get people to say like, okay, just give me the hits. And I want to understand Commissioner Hall's comment of like maybe lead a little bit more with some of the findings. So I think there's certainly an element that we could put a chapter towards the beginning of the larger, I hope that thing doesn't sting anybody, but a larger chapter or a more succinct chapter at the beginning, and then also have the executive summary. So I think, I mean, if it works with the planning director, maybe we could give you a little bit more time to review it. You know, feel free to send us comments. I've taken notes on all your comments. We can say like how we're going to address those, and then come back at a future date for consideration of recommendation, if that works for the group. And we'll give you, I don't know, a month or so to kind of like digest a little bit more and type up our notes, what we're proposing to do.
Hey, thanks. I just want to, it's Commissioner Sousa. I just want to add one thing. I gave you, Alex and Julia and Gretchen, some of my comments about the project list and about how I'd like to see it broken down, because it says some are, it says in the prelude, here's a list of the projects. Some are partially or fully completed, but it doesn't distinguish them in the list. So I think understanding what has been completed, what's underway, and what's prospective would be very helpful in that list. And I like the idea of a priority timing on those projects also, and including projects like maybe the Snow Park Crossing was in there, but I missed it. My other comment in terms of this, big broad brush look, or it strikes me often as we talk about our overall transportation objectives and goals, that we have a philosophy. We know what we want to achieve, but we don't really have an execution plan yet. And if it's parking people outside of town and using transit to bring them into town, then we need a plan then for more park and rides at the junctions, right? So I know that's just a broad example, but how do we get there? How do we find that land, develop those land, and put those parking rides in place? That would be, sufficient to achieve that goal of shifting people to parking outside of town and transporting them in. I know it's very simple, but I constantly come back to this. We have this, yes, we all want this modal shift. We all want this, 20% reduction. We don't have a way yet of getting there. And that's what, in terms of the meat of what needs to be in the plan, I think we need to see more of that. Thanks. Bye.
Okay, I'm going to take the opportunity, and before I forget, to open this up for public comment. So if there's anyone from the public that is wishing to add to the discussions, you can raise your hand in Zoom, or you can step up to the podium. Okay, I don't see any hands raised in Zoom. We have 30 attendees, by the way. No one from the public, so I'll close the public hearing, or the public comment portion, and turn back to the commissioner for any more comments.
I'll just follow up on saying, like, the things that I found the most helpful in this very long packet, which was wonderful, it's just a lot, was page 4, which does the goals, right? But within that, my general feeling is that the active transportation component needs to be in all of these. Like, we look at sustain, and it's like, how is like increasing or improving the bike and walkability features, like, not right front and center. Same with everything else. And then page 10, I feel like, is also very helpful for a high level review, because it just really does prioritize those key ones. And then page 78 to 88, which really itemizes your 5-year plan. And then obviously page 98, which talks about how much it's going to cost. So that was just like, if I were to like pull it all together again to review again,
Can I ask a timeline question, Commissioner Phillips? So it sounds like you're looking for more time to review this, and we'll give some type of executive summary. But I guess to put on you, these strategies and these goals will obviously help in development review, and we know you have a lot of impending big developments. So what can we do to help you with those development projects and have this plan help you? And I think that's really why we put those bullets up there on the questions up on the screen as well. So in your recommendation, if you can also kind of consider our timeline and your timeline with the developments.
Okay.
Can I ask just a big question then? Why now? Why are we looking at adding a supplement to the general plan now instead of just updating the transportation element of the general plan when the entire general plan is updated? Why is this getting pushed forward now?
I'll defer to Gretchen, and then I can add in following you, Gretchen, if you'd like.
Sure. And Laura, the reason most cities have a strategic or a long-range transportation plan in addition to their general plan. So this is a pretty typical document that cities and towns will have. And a lot of them will use the long-term transportation plan as their transportation element in the general plan because the two align. But it is more detailed than the transportation element that you have in the general plan, and that's why it's a separate document. It also, just like it guides the Planning Commission, it's the Bible for the transportation planning team and for the engineering team, because this is where they get the list of projects that have been vetted and have gone through review and have been prioritized. And this is the document that they use of what do we need to be looking at next, where our priorities are. So it has a bunch of different purposes, not just for the Planning Commission and for the City Council, but also for staff, especially the transportation team and the engineering team. Feel free to chime in more if you.
That was perfect. I mean, I think the only other noteworthy item to highlight is we were on track with this. 2011, this was out of date. We were on track for an adoption pre-COVID, and obviously everything stalled. So it's not typical for this to take 3.5 years. Nothing's been typical in our world, right, for the past 2 years. So we had hoped to bring this to you sooner. We had hoped, we would, this wouldn't be a 3-year process. So we also appreciate your patience with that as well. But we are excited that this is representative, we feel, and that we've actually, as a result of that, been able to test our new conditions after COVID. And then we've also been able to reaffirm this with the community. So we've had more public engagement than we anticipated, which has been a wonderful thing in this plan.
And I'd just like to say the amount of work you've done in the projects that are listed, 90 some projects, is phenomenal. You guys have really worked hard. But not only has this been stalled, the world changed. And we really have to be transparent with the community as we go forward. You said a really important part of your presentation is how these things get funded 5 years, regional cooperation, all that stuff. So we can't hide from the decisions we've made and the ramifications of those decisions that we've made. I'm specifically talking about 248. And, now if we stay in bed with UDOT, there is a timeline that is, I don't want to say light years out there, but, probably beyond my lifetime before we can go back and address the working with them on widening 248. So I just want to be forthright with everybody on what those timelines and what those financial aspects are. Obviously, if we could surplus it and get it in our own jurisdiction, we could have a completely different timeline, and obviously the financing mechanisms would be different. So I want to be as forthright as we can be in this report with these options. I think Commissioner Suster mentioned the word ideology, and I don't want to get caught in that I think we have been caught in that in the past. And I don't want to fall into that trap again.
I guess this would be a question for Gretchen. So for when we have this come back to us, are we really just trying to focus on like essentially page 4, like the goals and visions, to have that be consolidate or in line with how we view the LMC for when we're processing an application? Is that like really, you want us to focus in on a component of this packet?
I think we did provide a executive summary within the, I would look at the executive summary that's provided in the packet. And we are interested in you being okay with the entire document, but it's basically, you're going to be using it more as a visioning tool, a guiding tool. As you review documents, as you review planning applications and land use applications, that we are living up to the goals and the objectives in the plan. So that's the main, that's how you all are going to use it.
Okay.
And that's why I've been saying, don't worry so much about the weeds, because that's not how you're going to use the document.
Right. It's like, I can't help but read this and be like, well, if it was me, I would, but now getting back to what the stated goal is. Do we want to just spend a minute? Cause I feel like when I look at the vision and goals as related to the packets that we get, I feel like the peak days is a huge issue for our applications when we're processing them. And so if maybe that could be a piece of the vision and goals, and maybe that's like, I don't know where you put it under innovate or whatnot, but I feel like for me, when we're processing large applications, the peak day stuff is really challenging, and we have so many peak days now.
I think we can certainly highlight the peak day portion in the executive summary more than it already is.
And then maybe that would enable you in your traffic review to point to that.
Yeah, like I'm thinking if we're using this one page, the vision and goals, when we're looking at an application in 5 years, like I want to be able to reference it and say like, oh, well, part of the vision is that, we mitigate for peak days.
Yep. It's helpful.
So to summarize, if you want to send us notes, we're happy to receive those, and we'll come back to you at a later date to be determined to seek your recommendation to go to City Council for potential adoption. But in the meantime, send us your comments. We will work to incorporate them. We'll look at expanding the executive summary to be more encompassing of kind of the overall thing, to use it as kind of your guiding document. We'll pull together what Commissioner Kenworthy asked for in terms of like a comparison to the 2011, just so you could get a quick glance. That probably won't be part of this document, but for informational sake, say, okay, this is where it's represented, or this is where it's not represented. And then we'll, kind of work to see if there's areas that could be synergized, and then also be moving more of kind of how this works into the front of the main document as well.
Yeah. So you feel like you have that sounds like a good path forward?
Yeah, I feel comfortable with that.
Okay. We do, it looks like we do have someone from the public that is wanting to speak. So I'll go ahead and reopen public comment. If you, can you just state your name, and there's a sign-in sheet there as well. You can do that after you make your comment if you'd
Benjamin
like.
Nitka, full-time resident, Park City, Aspen Springs. I agree with doing a plan and going ahead, and I think the council or the commission has stated that there has to be solutions. Where do these cars go? Where do these people go? But I think the one thing I didn't hear, 2030, we're talking about bidding on the Olympics. Not one word was mentioned about the Olympics. All of a sudden, whatever you're planning either has to get kicked into high gear and be made ready, or you got to drop a new plan right away, because 8 years from now to 2030 doesn't give you much time.
Yeah, no, that's a fantastic comment. And honestly, that has been on my mind since we got our packet on Friday. I have debated that in my own mind, but we have to move forward as if there are no Olympics. Of course, we all know if the Olympics come that things are going to get kicked into a whole nother world, but we can't plan for that either, right? But we all know it's there. And yeah, I had some thoughts of saying, hey, let's go big. And that way, when we do then we already know what we're going to do, but it's just, yeah, we don't want to go there right now, I don't think, but that's a great comment. Okay. I think we're good. Let's see. So we had this noticed for action. So can I get a motion from from one of the commissioners to continue this item to a date uncertain?
Or do we have a date certain?
Do we have a date certain? No. Okay.
No.
Mr.
Chair
Chairman,
Phillips.
I move that we continue the general plan supplement update long-range transportation plan to a date uncertain.
I second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Tim and a second by Commissioner Hall. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
That was a second by Commissioner Susser.
Before we would prefer if we could continue it to a date certain.
Oh, okay.
So we don't need to notice it again. It'd just be easier for us. I believe we probably can get it on the 22nd.
Okay, let me amend my motion then to continue the general plan supplement update long-range transportation plan to June 22nd, 2022.
I second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Tim and a second by Commissioner Susser. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Motion passes. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see. We got so the next item is the annexation petition and zoning map. Let's just, while they transition, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. So 5-minute break, and then we'll should be able to hopefully get through the night after that.
Really stretch their definitions. Yeah. In fact, you're out there telling me $20 an hour. And you make more. So Bill, who does geoeconomics to it? Cheat up? That's like this film studio. Next thing is also conceptual, but it's really like what Hideout was Right. Oh, yeah. Hey, just go. You're supposed to have
Mark's not here, but I think we can probably start corralling everyone. Okay, let's have everyone head back to their seats so we can proceed.
I'm in my seat, John.
Okay, we're going to resume the meeting, and we are now, let's see, let me flip to the right page. We're into the annexation petition and zoning map amendment at the Southeast Quince Junction annexation. Welcome, staff.
Good evening, Planning Commission. Rebecca Ward with the Planning Department. And this evening we have Heinrich Dieters, the Trails and Open Space Manager and the City Representative for the application, and Jed Briggs, the Budget Manager, also joining us remotely. And this item, the annexation petition for the Southeast Quinns Junction, is a follow-up on the April 27th work session. This annexation petition was filed by Park City Municipal October 15th of last year to annex approximately 1,200 acres in the Quinns Junction area along Highway 40 and State Road 248, and to zone the area of recreation and open space. And that acreage is highlighted here in green along the city's eastern boundary. The petition includes the Richardson Flat property, which is highlighted in orange here. This property is subject to the Flagstaff development restrictions that outline future uses like golf, equestrian, or recreation facilities. Section 3.1 of the Flagstaff Development Agreement establishes an unconditional offer to annex Richardson Flat into Park City. And the general plan Quinns Junction Joint Planning Commission principles, which were developed between Summit County and Park City, identifies future use of this area as recreation and open space consistent with the 1999 Flagstaff Development Agreement. The city leases 30 acres within the Richardson Flat property. There are 650 parking spaces that are for city use and 100 parking spaces reserved for the property owner of the Montage Hotel and Empire Pass. The lease does allow for future recreation uses, and as part of the work session, the commission did ask for a map outlining where those 30 acres are, and those are shown here in yellow. The petition also includes the city-owned Park Ranch property, and in 2014, the City Council approved a real estate purchase contract for the purchase of this property with Resort Communities Tax open space funds, and the purchase included plans for a conservation easement with a potential for limited non-open space uses. So the general plan designates this area recreational open space. The annexation of Richardson Flat into Park City has been envisioned for more than 2 decades. And annexation of the Clark Ranch property brings the city-owned property into the city's jurisdiction. The petition does not overlap with Hideout's attempted annexation in 2020. Hideout is shown here in purple. And there is an area in blue that encompasses around 350 acres that's connected along this corridor on State Road 248. The city's annexation petition does not overlap with Hideout's annexation attempts. So the Planning Commission evaluates 15 criteria in an annexation agreement. When considering an annexation petition, I know that time is short this evening. The criteria and the analysis are outlined in the staff report in detail, but this evening, the presentation that I'm planning will just highlight the environmental quality services, general plan and proposed zoning, and then we're happy to go into any details about the other criteria. So regarding environmental quality, a portion of Richardson Flat is designated the Richardson Flat Mine Tailings Impoundment, or OU1, Operable Unit 1. There are some cleanup activities that have been completed and some long-term activities, cleanup activities that are planned. The EPA cleanup does not require local permitting, and annexation of this area into the municipal boundaries does not alter any legal liability of the city or current or future property owners. And so the cleanup efforts will continue as planned. Regarding services, the area proposed to be annexed, it's already in the Park City Fire District, the school district, Snyderville Basin Water Reclamation District. Annexation will not change solid waste and mosquito abatement services or animal control services. The city will provide police, snow removal, street maintenance, planning, building and code enforcement, and trails and open space services. And future services may include transit and water. Police, currently in coordination with the Summit County Sheriff, the Park City Police does patrol the Richardson Flat parking lot, and the city has cameras installed in the parking lot for public safety. This level of service is expected to continue. If transit is expanded to the area in the future, the level of service will likely increase, and there would be a future budget amendment. In 2019, the Planning Commission did approve a conditional use permit for a fire station that will be located across in the northwestern quadrant of Quince Junction for a fire station, and there's also a police substation that's planned to be located on the Park City Medical Campus. Snow removal and street maintenance, UDOT will continue to provide snow removal services for Highway 40 and State Road 248. Richardson Flat Road is the only local road, and there's already an agreement in place that Park City will take over the snow removal at the time of annexation. And Richardson Flat Road will be, the city will be able to apply for state funds to help with the cost for maintenance. With planning, zoning, and code enforcement, no development is proposed. Any future recreation facilities or transit hubs would trigger a planning commission review of a conditional use. And Summit County has already approved trails under construction on the Clark Ranch property. For the east side, future trail and trailheads would go through an administrative planning and building review. The trails and open space, there are trails in progress for Clark Ranch East. There are trails planned for next year for Clark Ranch West. Also planned are improvements to pathways in the area, and there are Clark Ranch open space services that are already in the city's budget because this is a city-owned property, and Heinrich will provide an overview of those plans. As you just discussed with the transportation Park City Forward plan, we have 2 draft plans in progress. They're both in draft form, undergoing review, the short range transit plan and Park City Forward, which identify the Quince Junction area as an important area to improve transit and multimodal connectivity. And annexation into Park City will bring those into city jurisdiction under city review. The general plan, the area proposed to be annexed, is part of the Quince Junction Joint Planning Commission principles, which are identified in the general plan developed in coordination with the county. They envision the space as recreational open space. And the general plan specifically calls out that development of Richardson Flat is to be consistent with the 1999 Flagstaff Development Agreement with future golf, equestrian, or other recreation facilities. And this map is taken from the general plan, highlighting the Richardson Flat area in green and the Clark Ranch property, which was updated, I believe, in 2011, showing the recreation open space. The proposed zoning, the applicant proposes recreation and open space zoning, and staff is also recommending that the area be included in the entry corridor protection and sensitive land overlays. And this is a proposed zoning map amendment showing the recreation open space zoning in green, and then this overlay here would protect development along State Road 248 and require additional setbacks, height regulations to protect the city's eastern entry corridor. And then it's also highlighted in red here along the perimeter in the sensitive land overlay. A draft annexation agreement is attached as Exhibit I, outlining floodplain management and preservation of environmentally sensitive lands. And also compliance with the Joint Planning Commission principles. However, because no development is planned in the annexation area and the proposed zoning and use are intended to maintain the status quo, the City Council may find that the circumstances of the annexation do not require an annexation agreement. So staff is recommending the Planning Commission review the annexation petition and proposed zoning map amendments, conduct a public hearing, and consider forwarding a positive recommendation for City Council's consideration on June 16th. And that's all I have. Do you want to go over?
Why don't you want to kick it over to the Planning Commission and maybe we'll just go over them, or you'd like me to touch base on some of the trails? Commissioner Phillips, do you have a preference?
We can turn it over to the commissioners. I'm sure there will be some questions, and then you can just answer the questions if that makes sense.
That'd be great.
Just in the interest of time.
Yep.
So, okay. I'm good with it. So can I get a motion to, I was just joking. I'll turn it over to the commissioners for any comments.
I have no questions. I like that it's recreational open space, and I agree with the sensitive land overlay and the entry corridor setbacks or protection overlay. What did I say?
Yeah,
It's late.
and we had asked last time for, any potential costs with the tailings and stuff. So now that we know that that was a big thing that I was concerned about last time.
I would have a question for Mark about the annexation agreement. Are you recommending that they do not have an annexation agreement with that city council? Just curious.
Well, I think we're looking at having a brief annexation agreement, similar to what we did with the Gilmore annexation. I think we're still looking through that as we move forward to city council to see if there's a different option. An agreement with ourselves is not always our first choice. But so I think that's where we currently landed.
I just have a question about the parking at Richardson Flat. I understand that the city has a 99-year lease on 30 acres there for use of Richardson Plaza parking lot. But is that consistent with the restricted uses under the Flagstaff Development Agreement? Is it permitted under the Flagstaff Development Agreement? I guess is the question.
Yes.
Okay. Just wasn't quite clear to me because I haven't read the Flagstaff Development Agreement in a while. And when we say no development is anticipated, does that include any improvement of Richardson Flat for parking? That no development is anticipated there to improve that parking lot?
At this time, no development applications are pending. With this annexation petition, if this property were to come into the city boundary, any development that is in compliance with recreation and open space zoning and with the Flagstaff Development Agreement, that could move forward through the usual development process. And so there could be development of recreation facilities or improvements to transit facilities. Anything that's over 600 square feet would trigger a conditional use review by the Planning Commission with a public hearing and action at that time.
I just think about that lot with respect to, some of what Val's proposed in parking their employees at Richardson Flats and anticipating that some improvements are going to be necessary to park their employees there and who would be responsible for those improvements and going through that process. But I guess that's for another day. That's all I have. Thanks.
I was just gonna say you did an awesome job. I'm happy to make a motion. I think this is great for everybody.
Can we open a public hearing?
Sorry.
Yeah, we'll do that now. I'll open it up for public comment.
Good evening, Commission, staff.
Bill Sirocco, 2536 Aspen Springs Drive. Listening to the discussion tonight and in prior meetings, it reminded me of a comment Commissioner Kenworthy made maybe about 2 months ago, where he talked about, we need to maybe pull back and look from a 30,000 foot level. Earlier tonight in the work session, we heard a presentation for the film studio project. This land that you're talking about in the annexation, this 1,200 acres, pretty much borders that property. The city owns 55 acres immediately south of the film studio, 40 acres across 248, pretty much to the west. What I would like to ask the commission is, when you send this along to the council, to maybe send it with some comments and some thoughts. Commissioner Phillips mentioned earlier tonight in the conversation about the general plan and the long range transportation plan, how some of the things in there are obsolete. I think it would be fair to say that maybe some of the things in the Flagstaff development agreement are obsolete, given where Park City is now 20 years later, and that we preserve some optionality when it goes to council, and when we think about the future, what's going to happen there. I've said this before, we know that Kimball Junction is pretty much lost to us at this point as a functional entry point into Park City. This Quinns Junction provides another possible opportunity to fix a lot of things that we have wrong with access, give us an opportunity to take cars off the road. Commissioner Hall talked about traffic calming measures with regards to the long range transportation plan. The way you affect traffic calming is by getting cars off the road. So, I would implore the commissioners to think about those things when they consider forwarding this to the council. And then lastly, I'll say, yes, the liability doesn't transfer for the contaminated soils there at the site, doesn't transfer to the city just because they annex the property. But if there is not any flexibility in the city's thinking about what happens at that property, if it remains as it's intended in that Flagstaff development agreement, you can pretty much guarantee that it will remain contaminated forever. You are not going to get Jack Bistricker, Talisker Corp to pay for that cleanup. The federal government's been trying to do that for years. It won't happen. So let's use the leverage we have to maybe, make some improvements for Park City. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks.
And let's make sure there's plenty of room for lots and lots of trails, maybe a bike park and all the good, high risk good stuff.
Welcome, Mr. Murphy.
Good evening, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to see you. Thank you for this opportunity to talk to you tonight. I just want to turn your attention to the Flagstaff Development Agreement, particularly page 29, section 3, under additional public benefits. The developer, in the first line, the developer unconditionally offers to annex Richardson Flats to the city. There's no ambiguity in that statement. This has been contemplated for 20 years and 23 years, in fact. And the reason I know that is because I was at the table when that document was written. I know what the intent of that statement was. The intent was, this was a 5-6 year entitlement fight. This makes anything we've done recently look tame in comparison. We would have hearings with 500 people showing up. We would hold them at the Yarrow. And this was all about Empire Pass and all of the development that took place at Empire Pass. We all sat at the table, and it was brutal, and it was so much blood, sweat, and tears that was shed over this document. It does matter, and it's not something that can be played with, and it's not something that's obsolete. That land was designated as open space or a golf course. That's what it was. Period. A deal is a deal. And I'll back up. I was the vice president of United Park City Mines Company, the predecessor in interest to Talisker, for 10 years. The developer, the United Park City Mines Company, my understanding is, has recently sold this property. The developer, the new owner, they don't get to pick and choose which parts of the agreements their predecessor agreed to, predecessor signed. And what is vital here is the future of this ground was decided, and without any question. And the reason it stayed in flux for so long is because of the environmental stuff and the uncertainty there. And that very recently got this resolved, like back in February of this year. And that's why the city, I think, was reluctant to annex it. This thing was always meant to be annexed, and it was not meant to be developed. And that was the trade-off. And, and again, it's, I'm showing up tonight. I haven't worked for the company for 22 years because, again, we made promises. As the developer, we made promises, and those promises need to be kept. And one of those promises is that we would annex that the developer would annex this property into the city. And that applies not only to United Park City Mines Company, it applies to all the successors and interests to that property. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy, for that background. It's helpful. Okay. I don't see anyone else and no hands raised in Zoom. So I'll close the public comment and then just turn back to the commissioners for any further discussions.
Would staff like to address page 29 of the development agreement while I'm trying to get it to come up about the intent? Or
we can pull that up. It's also in the staff report.
Yeah.
I appreciate Commissioner Hall saying that because I was just reading over the intent of the use of Richardson Flats as well.
So I'm sorry.
Sorry, I just wanted a moment to follow up on what Rory said.
Yeah, okay.
But if anyone else wanted to speak.
So I don't know who wants to lead on this.
Mark Harrington, Senior City Attorney. I'm not sure what your question is. I think I understood Mr. Murphy's comments to be supportive of the annexation subject to the terms as consistent with this. I didn't hear a question there in terms of.
Yeah, you were just mentioning it, so I wanted to call attention to it, and so I wanted to read it.
Staff is proposing the annexation subject to the same terms. We're not proposing any modification to these restrictions at this time. Any future modification, just as you saw with the film studio, would have to go through a transparent public front door application process. And if a part of the community wishes to pursue that in the future, as the other commenter spoke to, that there's a public process for that down the road. I don't think you have to necessarily address an unknown future potential. Just that process exists if the community wants to pursue an amendment. That's not being proposed at this time. However, we're proposing an annexation consistent with the terms of the development agreement. And there's another subsection 3.1 that's an addendum to that further clarifies the parking use as well, so that that is expressly consistent as well.
Okay.
Where is that section, Mark? That addendum?
I think it's attached to the 2007 amended version, and it's just 3.1.
I think it's page 32 of the development agreement.
Mr. Commissioner, may I reapproach?
Yes.
I'm sorry, it's 9:00 and I'm old. I enthusiastically endorse this effort, I guess
Yeah.
is what I'm.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to, like, you mentioned it and I just made me want to like reread anything that you say.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's all consistent.
Yeah.
And it follows basically what was intended years and years ago. And that was always the intent. And so that's why we're just kind of following up on it now. Anything else, commissioners? I think, again, I'm happy with where we're at on this, and I think it's ready for some action. Move it up to city council.
All right.
Chair Phillips, I move that we recommend a positive recommendation for City Council's consideration on June 16th, 2022 on Southeast Quinns Junction annexation petition as outlined in the draft ordinance number 2022-XX Exhibit A.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Kenworthy, a second by Commissioner Hall. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, any opposed? All right, motion passes.
Thank you.
Awesome, thanks, guys. All right, let's see. So we're getting a little constrained on time. The commission, we've generally have shot for 9, but 9:30. So
should be good.
I just want to, before the next application starts, the commission okay with going to 10 o'clock tonight? We have 2 more items on our agenda. The first one is the land management code amendments for fractional ownership. We've got 30 minutes.
Wait, didn't the hotel get taken off?
Well, it was taken off. We discussed that at the beginning. It was taken off, but it's kind of back on. But
Okay, well, kind of, right?
I just want a head nod from the commissioners that we agree to go up to 10 o'clock.
Sure.
I didn't realize that the hotel was back on.
Well,
I didn't get notice of that. Yeah.
Well, that was part of the discussion we had at the very beginning of the meeting. It was that it's on the agenda, open for comment, and we're being told that the applicant also does want to present. So we discussed the fact that it's going to need another meeting regardless, because it still needs some work. So I think that that's going to be kind of abbreviated. And with the constraint of time, it's going to need to be abbreviated because I don't think we can go much past 10.
I cannot go past 10.
So,
At 10.
so with that in mind, let's just get the ball rolling into the next one.
Yeah.
Land management code amendments for fractional ownerships.
Great, thank you. Planning Commission, good evening. Planner Spencer Colley with Director Milliken and Planner Holly as well. Prior to tonight's meeting, staff received written public input that was forwarded to the commissioners. There was also a physical letter that was printed and given to you this evening as well. Those who are remote received that via email. Just to touch quickly again on the background, what is fractional ownership? How is it structured? And why is it so hot right now? Fractional ownership is a percentage ownership in an asset, typically something luxurious like cars, aircrafts. In this case, we're talking about single family homes in Park City. It is structured typically, it involves a management company. Ownership is through an LLC, and this management company will oversee regular upkeep and operations. There are many reasons why there is interest in fractional ownership, affordability, is a big one. Shared responsibilities for the furnishings and upkeeps of the dwelling, management, taking care of maintenance, cleaning, and scheduling, and flexibility to use the single-family dwelling at specific times throughout the year. So the Utah Code defines timeshares as a small undivided fractional fee interest in real property by which the purchaser does not receive any right to use an accommodation except as provided by contract, declaration, or other instrument defining a legal right. And also in Utah Code, it states that as a right to occupy fixed or variable accommodations during 3 or more separate fixed or variable time periods over a period of at least 3 years, including renewal options, whether or not coupled with an estate inland. The LMC currently requires a conditional use permit and an evaluation of timeshare instruments, rules and regulations, management, utility service payments, minimum duration of stay intervals, and parking considerations. And I wanted to compare that to private residence clubs, which also has a definition in the land management code, which is ownership of a condominium unit is shared by no less than 4 and no more than 12 owners, and is operated by a property management service that provides reservation and registration. And so how does that differ from fractional ownership use? And that is specifically in the management strategy, but also that it's shared ownership of a single family dwelling. And these are typically are popping up in primarily residential neighborhoods. So timeshares and private residence clubs, I've listed here the zones in which they are allowed as a conditional use. Private residence clubs have an expanded use in additional zones. And these are typically multi-unit dwellings in commercial zones or zones that are proximate to resorts. And for fractional ownership, what sets them apart is that, again, it's a shared ownership of single family dwellings, typically in residential zones or neighborhoods. Staff has 4 recommendations this evening that we will bring before the Planning Commission to address this ownership model. We are proposing amendments to define single-family dwelling fractional ownership use, require a conditional use permit and a management plan, direct single-family dwelling fractional ownership use to zoning districts that allow timeshares and private residential clubs, and finally require an active business license. Within the general plan, there are goals that were established to create diversity in housing opportunities. One of those goals is to allow for occupancy of full-time residents within primarily residential zones. Another goal is to increase affordable housing by offering opportunities for workforce in primary residential neighborhoods. To support that, the City Council adopted the light deed restriction pilot program on May 5th of this year to provide more housing supply for year-round residents. So the general plan acknowledges that neighborhoods where secondary homeownership and nightly rentals are appropriate, and that supports the city's resort economy and also supports these goals as mentioned on this slide. This map here shows the primary versus secondary homes within Park City. Primary is in green and the light blue is secondary. The budget department evaluated primary versus secondary from 2015 up to 2021. There was a dip in 2020, but we've hovered around 3,000 primary residents within the city. So the proposed amendments for fractional ownership use of single family dwellings is directed to those same zoning districts that allow the timeshares and private residence clubs to protect primarily residential neighborhoods for the city's primary residents. The definition that we are asking for consideration is any single family property which is owned by an LC or LLC, which limits the LC or LLC members, shareholders, owners' right to occupy the property by member shareholders agreement or any other contract which limits owner use of the property to fractional reservations under 30 days at a time. Other factors include, but are not limited to, centralized management, advanced reservations via electronic app reservation systems, maximum day limits on each owner overall reservation or use of the property, and fixed management subscription fee as part of the initial purchase. We do want to specify that not all residents with multiple owners are or owned by business entities such as a family trust, an LLC, or a corporation without fractional use limitations fall under this proposed definition. It is specifically the regulation of the management model. So it's the period of use managed by a centralized entity with advanced reservations or a management fee. We are asking the Planning Commission to, within this definition where it says reservations under 30 days, to consider if there should be a time period that is longer than 30 days, if it should be 45 or 60. The second is to require a conditional use permit and a management plan. This is consistent with timeshares and private residence clubs. A CUP and a management plan would require the Planning Commission's review. This would also trigger a public notice to neighboring property owners within 300 feet of the property, and it would allow neighbors an opportunity to provide input, and it offers transparency. Within the conditional use permit and management plan, there would be a prohibition of nightly rentals, on-street parking, outdoor display of goods and merchandise, signs and commercial uses not otherwise permitted in that zone. The management plan will outline several things that would be considered a satisfactory level of management and maintenance, and those things include things such as snow removal, yard and structural maintenance, routine upkeep, trash collection, and noise control. We'll also ask at the time of review information on the proposed use. So it would include the method of management, any restrictions of use or occupancy with the property, additional documentation that maybe the staff or Planning Commission would deem necessary for evaluation of use, and then finally a business license. The third recommendation is to direct single-family dwelling fractional ownership use to zoning districts that allow timeshares and private residential clubs. And I have those listed here. I do want to call out residential development where where it would be an allowed conditional use, except for those subdivisions that have gone through the process of restricting nightly rentals through land management code amendments. And those are specifically April Mountain, Mellow Mountain Estate subdivisions, Meadow Estate subdivisions phases 1A and 1B, Fairy Meadow subdivision, and Hidden Oaks at Deer Valley phases 2 and 3. So these zoning districts will limit fractional ownership as a conditional use within the zoning districts wherein nightly rentals are allowed, so rentals less than 30 days. This map here shows in red where fractional ownership single-family dwellings would not be allowed, and the green shows where they will be allowed. And then finally, requiring an active business license for fractional ownerships. Within the zoning districts where single family dwellings are allowed, the ownership model is regulated, not necessarily the property. Requiring a business license helps with tracking and enforcement. Finance and planning staff are working to implement a business license for each single family dwelling fractional ownership use. Staff mailed postcard notices on May 10th to property owners within the affected zoning districts and posted public notice to the Utah Public Notice website and city website on May 9th. The Park Record published their legal notice on May 11th. So we are recommending that the Planning Commission review the proposed land management code amendments to define single-family dwelling fractional ownership and use, to establish fractional ownership use of single-family dwellings as conditional uses, with additional review criteria in those zoning districts that allow timeshares and private residence clubs, and to require a business license for the management of each single-family dwelling fractional ownership use. Conduct a public hearing and consider forwarding a positive recommendation for City Council's consideration on June 23rd, 2022. And we are also asking that we amend line 262 of the draft ordinance to include footnote 3 as well as footnote 19. It was left off by mistake. And before I end my presentation, we do have representatives of Picasso that have joined virtually that would like to give a short presentation if the commission would like to hear that now, or if they would like to move forward with questions. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioners.
I'd like to hear it.
Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and give them, some time to.
Can we, can the planner put up the slide that shows where fractional ownership will be allowed, the red and the green? Yes, thank you. I'm just zooming in on that, and it's not the best picture. And I'm very interested, particularly in the areas in Old Town specifically.
Okay. Do you just want that up so you can look at it for a few minutes, or did you have a comment right now, Commissioner Schuster?
I'll just look at that for a few minutes. Thanks.
Okay.
I would like, if it's possible, could you just please send me a more detailed view of this, maybe with some layers removed or something, just so I can see more detail on this?
Sure. No
Thanks.
problem.
Well, I'll say this. I think we'd like to hear, all the different perspectives, obviously. So, what I'd like to do now is go ahead and I'll just start by opening the public hearing, and we can start with whatever representatives from Picasso that would like to, and I'll give them a little bit extra leeway than their typical public comment. If we can. And then after that, I'll allow some time for the public to get up and give some input. And if everyone could just keep in mind that we do have one more application that we're going to at least try to address after this. And it is getting late. So everyone can just kind of keep it brief. So if you want to.
Picasso, if you want to start your presentation, you can go ahead.
So I believe you, whoever's here representing Picasso, you should have the ability, you're promoted. And I see, and if you could state and just pronounce your name for us.
Hi, yes, I'm Sarah Flosa. I apologize. My at the last second, my computer decided to freeze on me. So bear with me 30 seconds and I will begin the presentation. I think I've been on here for so long that laptop started to overheat. Okay, all right. Hi everyone, I'm Sarah Flosa. I am the Public Affairs Manager here at Picasso. Again, I want to start by saying thank you so much for giving us this time today to explain to you who we are and tell you a little bit about our owners in Park City. So Picasso is a real estate service that supports people who want to co-own second homes. So for generations, groups of families and friends have co-owned second homes in Park City. And for those that do, the experience can often be labor intensive and strain personal relationships. So Picasso simplifies the owner experience. And with Picasso, between 2 and 8 families together co-own and control 100% of luxury home. And on average, these are 7 times the average price point of a primary home. They also employ Picasso as a full service property manager to reduce the hassle of second home ownership. So what does Picasso offers a fully managed experience. So as property manager, Picasso takes care of the details so that owners can enjoy their second home without the hassle. Picasso provides a local home manager to serve as a liaison between owners, vendors, and neighbors. And our Park City home manager is named Paula, and she's actually a resident within your city. Picasso supports owners with cleaning, landscaping, interior design, streamlined bill pay, home maintenance, easy and equitable scheduling, and home policies and enforcement. So these are owners, not vacation renters. So unlike vacation renters, co-owners make a large investment and return to their home to make lasting memories, just like any other second homeowner does. Pacaso owners invest in relationships with Park City community members, support local businesses year-round, and they typically have children in the home or are considering retirement in the region. All of our families pay property taxes. They put a minimum 30% cash down, and they clear a credit and criminal background check prior to closing on their portion of the home. So these are new neighbors and not nightly renters. Pacaso values neighbor relations and has policies in place that reflect our commitment to the community. Pacaso's professional management service prevents and or quickly resolves any community issues. All of our owners agree to sign our code of conduct as a condition of sale of their ownership. And in that, it outlines that there is no rental of the property, no large events or parties, quiet hours are to be observed between 9 p.m. and 7 a.m., no commercial use of the home, and no non-essential street parking. If any of these policies are violated, Pacaso takes action, and we can up to and including suspending owners. As of today, Pacaso has not received any complaints from neighbors of our homes in Park City. So just wanted to highlight some of Pacaso's economic impact. So we worked with EBP, which is a trusted economic research firm, to estimate the economic impact Pacaso homes have in top 5 second home destinations across the United States. We found that Pacaso helps aggregate second home demand into fewer top tier luxury homes, reducing competition for middle tier single family homes. Pacaso homes typically cost 7 times more than the average primary home. Year-round home use means that Pacaso homes result in nearly 10 times more spending at local businesses compared to the average second home. And with that, Pacaso owners are then making more tax contributions than the traditional second homeowner. Wanted to briefly just outline the differences between Pacaso, a timeshare, and a nightly rental. So Pacaso owners own real estate. Owners purchase a share in a property-specific multi-member LLC, and the LLC is the singular deeded owner of the home. After a Pacaso home is sold, we don't retain any ownership in the property. The home is 100% owned by these co-owners. Unlike a resort timeshare, if a Pacaso, for whatever reason, goes out of business, all co-owners retain ownership in their home. They can choose to sell, or they can hire a different property manager if they choose. Owners can sell their shares anytime after 12 months, and that's just to avoid market speculation. Co-owners have a 5-day right of first refusal. After that, owners determine the list price and then market and list their shares through Pacaso or on the MLS, just like you would a whole home sale. So we have a few proposed modifications to the land management code for fractional ownership. First would be the expansion of permitted zones. Pacaso believes that professionally managed co-ownership should be accessible in all single-family zones. Currently, 15% of second homes in Park City are owned in an LLC, and 22% of second homes are owned by a company. And just wanted to highlight again that Pacaso owners own 100% of their home through an LLC co-ownership. Alternatively, it should be noted that some zones that permit nightly rentals are excluded from the proposed ordinance. Co-ownership is a more sustainable use of second homes than short-term rentals. Allowing owners to purchase in zones that permit short-term rentals helps prevent a home from being converted to a nightly rental. And then finally, alternative options for ownership of second homes helps alleviate that pressure off of primary residential housing stock. The second would be single-family fractional regulations. So CUP hearings relating to Pacaso acquired properties are likely to be duplicative given identical business model, use, ownership structure. So a streamlined approach is an efficient way to use use of city resources and will eventually, free up some staff time. So in replace of a conditional use permit, Pacaso suggests Park City adopts a set of specific requirements that single family fractionals must meet, similar to how the Park City Code includes special requirements for the regulation of nightly rentals and for the regulation of food truck locations. Similar to the requirements for nightly rental and food truck locations, the Land Management Code would classify single-family fractionals as a permitted use in the zones, with a footnote requiring that an applicant for a single family fractional would be required to obtain from the planning director an administrative approval letter confirming the compliance of the property with the single family regulations. So finally, we just thought we'd put together and propose some suggested single family fractional regulations. So if a property meets the following criteria, then it should be considered a permitted use in those zones. So the prohibition of signs, nightly rentals, on-street parking, outdoor display of goods and merchandise, commercial use not otherwise permitted in the zoning district. If there's a professional property management, which has a local point of contact, snow removal service, yard maintenance, structural maintenance, occupancy limits, noise control, and then finally, all properties would have to have a business license with Park City. So with that, I just want to thank you again for your time, and I have some of my team members on the call today if you have any further questions for us.
Okay, thanks for the brevity. And with that, I'll open it up also to any other public comment. If you could please, you can walk up to the mic, state your name. There's a sign-in sheet. You can sign in before or after.
Yes, thank you.
And also just one last thing before we get going, we generally limit public comments to 3 to 5 minutes, and just keep that in mind, and I'll let you know if I feel like you're going a little too long.
So I'm Charles Neal. I live on American Sadler, and I'm president of the Fairway Meadows Homeowners Association. We adamantly oppose any fractional ownership or similar schemes in our homeowners association. Our documents prohibit it, but of course the city would override that. It appears from what I saw in that presentation that Park Meadows in general would not allow that. Did I understand that correctly? Okay, which is very good. As I live in there, I recognize people walking up and down the street. I know their names. I typically know their names to the dog. I recognize the vehicles that drive in, and it is a community which is overwhelmingly full-time Park City residents. To have fractional ownership would create many administrative issues from a homeowners association, number one. But also, I would not be able to recognize all the vehicles that drive in, all the people that show up, and that sort of thing. I feel our community would not be as safe. Right now, if I say something odd or when my neighbors see something odd, they know it's odd because they know who lives there, they know the vehicles, they know the people, they know dogs, they know the service personnel that come there. And fractional ownership simply does not work in homeowners associations. And I hope that we can adopt the rules that they presented here so that it would be limited and not available to all neighborhoods as Picasso would prefer. Thank you.
Thank you. And I also just want to acknowledge to people that are getting up and speaking that you have sat through a very grueling evening, and I appreciate everyone that has done so.
Just a note, we have 2 people online as well.
Okay, let's see, I'll move to a hand on Zoom. We have Rylan Kramer. If we could get Rylan promoted. Okay, it looks like you are promoted now. Your mute button went off and then back on, so try to unmute yourself again.
Hello, can anybody hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now. Oh, you went back onto mute. We did hear you there for 1 second. So you're muted right now. Now you're unmuted, so go ahead. Oh, it's going back and forth, so there may be a little lag here. You're kind of going in and out of being muted. So let's see.
Hey, actually, Rylan, if you want, I can read the note you put in the chat if you want, just really quick. Okay, great. So Rylan previously noted, if this moratorium is passed, it'll have severe impact on Park City's economy. There are multiple variables that are not being considered for how this could impact Park City's economy. If this moratorium is passed, it will be the start of a decline to real estate in the Wasatch Back. Thanks, Rylan. Oh, is it this? Oh, is it different? Okay. Okay.
And he sent an email as well.
Okay. He just had one more comment. He said, if this moratorium is passed, you will severely hurt the housing market, winter tourism that stimulate our economy, and the real estate industry that represents the residents of Park City. Please see the big picture and negative domino effect that could take place if this moratorium is passed. Okay. Thanks.
Okay. I also see one more hand raised in Zoom, Todd Bice. We're just doing just promoting Todd over. Okay, you're now promoted, so you can unmute yourself.
Good evening. Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. And I understand that you've had a long night, so I'll be brief. My name is Todd Bice, for the record. My family and I are owners of 135 Norfolk, which is one of the properties that Picasso manages. I wanted to just speak briefly about this. I have reviewed your staff's report. I think the problem that I have, members of the Planning Commission, is I'm a lawyer of 30 years, and I recognize the need for local governments to regulate property, and I appreciate that, and they should do so. I think the problem that I see here is you're not really regulating property, and you're not actually really, this proposed ordinance isn't even to regulate land use. I think the staff acknowledged that what it really is to regulate a management model. So as a lawyer, I can tell you, private parties have for years managed joint ownership of property. There are all forms, whether it's an LLC, it's a corporation, or a trust. It is very common for them, the owners of that legal entity, to have a private agreement amongst themselves as to how the property will be used and not used. And that's all that Picasso has done. And that's what the reason I have and my family went with them is because of the convenience. I could have gone out like any other private citizen and purchased a property and formed an LLC and then sold off units in that LLC or other legal entity to anybody else. And that's why I think that the map is a little misleading, because your map, that proposed map, would say that fractional ownership won't be allowed in any of those areas. Yes, it will, because the only thing that won't be allowed is the management model that is being targeted by this ordinance. And I think that's the objection. I don't disagree in any fashion that local government should regulate property in an appropriate fashion. They just have to do so in a reasonable and non-discriminatory manner. And what this proposed ordinance does, however, is discriminate and punish those of us who are using the Picasso model. Picasso doesn't do anything that a property management service doesn't do. We could hire some other company other than Picasso. Their services, however, have been good. And they provide a booking platform and a technology platform that is helps all of us owners use the property in the manner most efficient and most convenient to us collectively. So that's, I think, the problem with the proposal is you're not actually prohibiting fractional ownership anywhere. You're simply prohibiting a form of fractional ownership that is specific to Picasso and it's technology. And your proposed definition of fractional ownership essentially admits that, because it talks about whether or not they're using an app. Well, with all due respect, I mean, I'm over 50 years old, but I don't know why you would single out a business because they're using an app as opposed to using a hard form of a calendar in order to manage the schedule of the various property owners. If I were doing this on my own, yeah, I'd have an Outlook system where the owners could access the calendar and mark their use of the property. But to say that, well, that's okay, but it's not okay if they have a specialty app with people with a lot of experience in operating this, that just doesn't serve any governmental purpose, I would submit. At the end of the day, you're actually not precluding fractional ownership anywhere. You're simply precluding a particular type of business operation by Picasso. And that I don't think is an appropriate land use restriction. If there's a need to regulate a particular business, then so regulate the business. But it doesn't have anything to do with fractional ownership, because fractional ownership is occurring all over the country and including in Park City. There are lots of properties that are owned by trusts. Those trusts, by the way, will have a management company. I have a family trust. It has a management company. Those trust documents will have how the beneficiaries can use trust assets. The fact that we enter into private agreements amongst all the owners about how we're going to use our property, I don't know why that should somehow be a distinguishing factor from everybody else who does that. We just simply, all this ordinance does is punish those of us who are using Picasso. And if you just simply did it all on your own and didn't use their system, you could buy a house anywhere under this ordinance. And I don't see what purpose that serves. And with that, Mr. Chair and members of the commission, I thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Benjamin Nitka, resident, Aspen Springs. I have two comments. One is, in the documents that were forwarded to me by Rebecca Ward, there was a large piece from Picasso that was an extrapolation of taxes and revenue streams. I think if you read that, there's enough caveats that the only real numbers in there might have been the numbers that were drawn from some tax entities showing, and then everything else from there is just numbers that don't mean anything. So you've gotten 50 pages of something that's trying to justify what they do and telling you that it's good, and which has no, in fact, it even states in there that the numbers that they're presenting may not be correct. They have a caveat of that. So I hope you're aware of that. Secondly, you've designated, and since I've lived here in 92 actually, residential areas, primarily residential areas. And I think there was a reason you wanted to promote full-time residents in this community. And I just want you to look at the future, because a city will not be able to survive in the long term because people like you will not be living here anymore, as all these different entities buy out all the single family home ownerships in this community. And we ignore the fact that people live here because they like it and because they want to raise their children or their grandchildren and everything else in a community that they recognize. There are communities like Aspen that have a lot of money, but they don't have people that live there full time because they've aged out, they've priced themselves out of the market, and they have a huge problem. We're not there yet, but if you don't start looking at this primary residency communities and enforcing the rules that they were done before I moved here, and you're gonna just be a world of hurt. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get a raise of hands real quick, just on who may else want to speak, just so I can gauge? Okay, so we're almost there. So,
and I'll make it quick. Bill Sirocco, Aspen Springs. Thank you, Ben, for your comments. Speaking on behalf of the entirety of Aspen Springs, I'm a member of the board of the HOA there. Back in 2020, when the late Tony Shea started acquiring properties in Aspen Springs, 6 homes and 4 vacant lots out of a total of, I think, 78 total lots and maybe 70 homes out of that 78 number. The community was quite concerned, and the concern centered on fractional, transient, nightly rentals, all those types of things that destroy the fabric of a community. There are places in Park City where, the zoning has allowed fractional ownership, where it's more appropriate. There are areas that are single family homes, residential communities. Yes, there are a fair amount of second homes in there, but there are a fair amount of full-time residents with children. And I think what was lost, the gentleman who has the Picasso share on Norfolk, I think what was lost in his comments is that, Park City is more than a resort. It is a town of people that live here. Many of us full-time with children in the schools. There's no right in the Constitution to a fractional share of a vacation home that costs $7 million. That's a high-class problem. That's a problem of privilege. There are plenty of homes for sale in Park City. There are plenty of sales that take place, every day of the year. And if the price point's not right here for your second home appetite, there are plenty of other places around the country where you can find a second home at a more affordable price. I would urge the Planning Commission to work with staff and implement some regulations so that we don't destroy the fabric of this town. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? All right.
There's one more.
Oh, yeah, it just popped up.
And Chair Phillips, can you reference the Board of Realtors letter you received? Make sure Laura has it as well.
Pardon me?
Can you reference the Board of Realtors letter that you've received on your chairs as well?
Yes.
Thank you.
So do you want me, do you think I should read it or
to verify that Commissioner Susser has received it as well?
Commissioner, what's that? Yeah, I saw it in the emails too. Yes. Commissioner Susser and Tim, did you guys receive the letter from Jamie Johnson from the Park City Board of Realtors? It was emailed out. We just want to
come in today. Did it come in today?
Yes, I read it shortly before the meeting.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure you guys got that.
I'm not sure I did, honestly. Jamie Johnson sent it?
You got it from.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Susser,
from Renee
you got
Wood.
it from me. It was forwarded.
It was forwarded from staff.
Okay. Yes, got it. Thank you.
Dustin, you're promoted if you just accept the promotion.
Okay, we have a Dustin Moore. And we're reaching the end of our meeting, so I'm gonna.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Sorry about the technical difficulties. I appreciate the time today. I just wanted to make a quick comment. My name is Dustin. I am an owner in a Picasso as well at 1360 Empire, and appreciate your time and consideration today. I have to say, it feels to me like this is a solution looking for a problem. In Picasso's presentation, they mentioned they haven't had a single complaint yet from anyone, and yet the folks that have spoken against Picasso or their concerns about Picasso seem to be worried about what may happen with no data to support what is actually happening, right? The gentleman mentioned he's worried that if he doesn't recognize a car coming into Park Meadows, that he's worried that there's going to be crime. And I just don't think there's any data to support that. And I think most Picasso owners are like myself. We're executives. We're not criminals. We are people that were looking to buy second homes in Park City already and found that this was probably the most reasonable solution. Regarding the housing crisis that's going on, myself and the other 7 owners in my home, we're all looking for second homes, probably in the $1 million to $1.5 million range in Park City, which is legal. We all 8 of us could have come and purchased homes for $1.5 million, and they would have taken 8 homes off the market, and they would have sat vacant for 10 or 11 months out of the year. This way, all of us are sharing in a home, taking one home off the market that's considerably more expensive than the median home, so does not contribute to that issue. And we are vibrant members of the community, and we're paying taxes, and we're also supporting the local businesses. So I think all of that is good for your community, and a community that I enjoy participating in. So I would just say that if you don't recognize my car, come over and introduce yourself and say hi. We might become friends. We might golf together. But again, let me reiterate: I would have bought a home in Park City anyway, and it probably would have been a home that would compete with the median, the people wanting to buy median homes. This is a great solution for folks that want to come and be part of your community and have a second home there. Thank you.
Okay, we have one more hand, and then I'm going to limit it at that.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Mike Lejinsky. I am a local realtor here in town, and I've been here for about 20 years, and I've worked with Picasso. And I echo what Dustin's saying. In my experience, Picasso is buying the $7 million homes. So I don't know that any local is buying $7 million homes, right? So it's not taking away affordable housing for those people that have kids in school. So I agree with Dustin's words in that case. And, what I found with people that are buying there are, it's like they don't allow nightly rental, right? So there's homeownership pride there. And then you've got, Picasso making sure that the houses are taken care of. And it's not, they're renting it out for Sundance and they're throwing huge parties. That's not the intent, right? It's people with ownership pride that want to be part of the Park City community. And either, it's like in Dustin's case, right, where they're not taking those $1.7 million or $2 million single family homes off the market. They're buying into this $7 million home. And so it shouldn't really be affecting the affordability factor. And I agree with Dustin where it's actually taking buyers away from that. And so it is allowing those lower priced homes to stay to people that can actually afford those, which we all know aren't locals anyway, right? They're people coming in and relocating here that are working remotely that can afford those homes. So I support Picasso and what they're doing. I work with plenty of other people that have LLCs that own homes, and there's multiple owners, and they're just not through Picasso, right? We know that's been going on for decades here in Park City. So, I support what they're doing, and I think there isn't an issue to it.
Okay, thanks for your comments. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing because we have just run out of time anyway. So, I'm just going to, I'll just start as far as the commissioners. I certainly see both sides of the argument, but there are impacts associated with fractional ownerships. And so the way I see it is that what we are doing is we are striking a balance, and we're not banning it. But what we're proposing to do is zone it appropriately to zones that have similar uses, and what we can best logically look at as similar uses. And so I am fully supportive of the staff's recommendations. And I do think that is, fair. That's all I have. I don't know if, and then beyond that, I don't know if we have time to go through where we're at this point. Do we need to continue this item unless the commissioners feel like they're ready to move on it? And And so,
I don't know. I feel like I would like to just at least like have everyone talk. I think that we could move on this. It is going to the next body. There will be more opportunity for comments. So
okay.
I feel like it's fresh. Let's just do it. That being said, I will agree with you that I think that this is not an outright ban in the community. There's specific zones that this belongs in, and that is the zones that allow clubs and timeshares and nightly rentals, a transient population who's here for part of the time. So this is absolutely not a punitive amendment. If anything, it's to me, it's just semantics. It was Picasso was just circumventing, and potentially another company, because I'm sure there's going to be similar ones out there, circumventing the semantics that we had in the LMC. So this is totally in line with the general plan and even our current LMC. I feel like it's just updating a few little tweaks here and there to properly put this use in the proper zones. So that all being said, I love the draft ordinance. I have a few little proposals for tweaks on last page, the definition. I'd like to add co-ownership in addition to fractional ownership. I'd like to add a business entity, which would include corporation, LLC, or LLC. I think in the other factors, we could say something like unrelated parties, perhaps they didn't know each other before the purchase. So it's a large encompassing phrase or like definition, I guess. Let's see. I'm not sure who would make the determination of like, is that the planning director would make the determination of whether or not
what
this like an ownership classified as a fractional ownership? Who decides that?
Depending where it lives, yeah, it would ultimately be the planning, this is Mark Harrington, the planning director's determination if you keep it sort of as written in the LMC. If you switch to a business license model, it would go more to the finance department. But as written, but I think you do want to carefully choose the definition to regulate the use that you want, unless you do want to regulate all fractional ownerships, because that isn't what the ordinance originally, and it's a hard
it's more of the
way to
unrelated parties,
right?
Because we're not trying to regulate a family who has 4 children and they together buy a home and share this family home. You know, we are regulating unrelated parties who are buying and selling and using this part-time, which belongs with fractional ownership, timeshares, clubs. Like these are definitions within our existing code. And then those are my few minor tweaks for the very last page. And then on page 15, the footnote for the nightly rentals in the residential district, is there a way to also add HOAs that ban nightly rentals to this definition within the footnote?
Yeah,
There are some that are listed.
yeah, we don't recommend that. If HOAs have their own regulations, and we don't know whether they're valid or not, and so we prefer you keep your zone. If you want to be clear on which zones you want to prohibit it on, and add it to different ones as they get amended, because oftentimes those HOAs come in, as you've seen in the past couple of years, and petition to be included. And I think that's what the staff's tried to carve out.
Yeah, and then I would say to a lot of the public comments that was, you know, the presenter, the supporters, the realtors, the owners, is that I do agree this is a great replacement for a nightly rental. It belongs in a nightly rental zone, so or in a fractional timeshare. So it's not, we're not banning this. We're just limiting the use in certain zones because it's not a consistent use.
yeah, and it's very much a use that is new, and so we need to codify it. And I think we're placing it in the proper place and zoning it where it needs to be zoned.
Yep. So
I have a question for Mark Harrington. Could you just clarify again, can HOAs prohibit these? And you said that we don't know if that's enforceable, that because it hasn't been litigated yet. Is that the issue?
Well, no, but our code is written to recognize that HOAs are their own rules and regulations, and that we don't enforce the HOA provisions. And the reason is because they're often HOAs.
More restrictive.
They're more restrictive, but they also run in and out of compliance issues in terms their registrations lapse, their organizations don't always take votes the appropriate way. You saw a lot of those arguments in one of our more recent cases. So they're a separate private regulatory entity when formed correctly. We don't delegate our authority to them. If you want to promulgate, prohibitions in certain zones, just do it directly and don't delegate it to, informal or formal HOAs. And
let me just see. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Their rules, their contract rules that authorize them to do certain things may or may not authorize them to prohibit these. I couldn't give you a blanket answer to that.
Okay, but much like when we do with other applications for other CUPs, we require that the HOA signs off on.
No, we don't. We only give notice so that they can take their own enforcement action if they feel they have a violation. And even that notice has its own requirements. So again, we try and enable effective enforcement at the HOA level, but we don't delegate the police authority to private organizations that we don't have any control over.
So the gentleman that stood up and spoke with regard to the Park Meadows HOA that he's a part of, he was mistaken then in saying that if the city allowed fractional ownerships in Park Meadows, then that would override any restriction in his have a restriction of fractional ownership in their bylaws and enforce that, correct?
Well, I don't know. It depends on how his bylaws and restrictions are written. It may incorporate a reference to allowed uses in the zone, as opposed to saying generally that, having a different reference. So I don't know.
The HOA could be more restrictive than
the HOA city. Generally can be more restrictive. And you see that in nightly rentals now.
Yeah.
In part, rentals in particular.
So could we add for the CUP process under B, add a number 11, which says complies with, that the applicant is complying with the underlying HOA?
No, we don't.
Yeah, no, that's where we landed on pickleball courts too. We tried we tried to stay out of that forum.
On the referee.
So
I know, but when I when I was a applicant, I had to check the box.
You had to check box of notice of the receipt.
Yeah.
And one of the ways you can show notice is by submitting your approval. That's where people get confused, but all you're giving to the city is proof of notice.
Okay.
So real quick, my 2 cents. I agree with Commissioner Hall's comments, and I think this goes back to the core values, sense of community and supporting our local residents. And I think one of the big things is that the zones we're putting it in, again, like everyone has said, is supported by what's already in those zones. And there's nothing to say that this doesn't change and go, that these properties don't become the affordable houses that are still in Park Meadows, the ones that are in Lost Prospector. So those are zones that still currently do have houses that are affordable for people to move here. And there's nothing to say that Picasso or other fractional ownerships don't start bleeding into those areas if we don't put this in. And so I think it is really important to keep it in the zones where it's appropriate to maintain our local residents and our full-time residents and support them living here full-time. So I completely support this.
The general plan makes it crystal clear that we're to protect primary residence neighborhoods. I think this goes along those lines.
I agree. I support the ordinance as drafted. However, I as we've seen tonight, I'm concerned about keeping the zones that we're outlining here intact. I think it's going to be hard to defend against these types of fraction ownerships in zones where nightly rentals are permitted. And I'm worried about that, but I'm very supportive of the ordinances drafted. And I hope that it doesn't bleed into other neighborhoods where we are trying to maintain a sense of community and primary residence like Old Town. Thanks.
I agree with Commissioner Sousa and Commissioner Van Dyne.
Okay, Commissioner Johnson, anything to add?
Nope, I agree with Commissioner Tim. Yeah.
Does anyone agree with my amended definition to add it to say corporations or business entities, including corporations, and then maybe put a phrase in regards to purchasing as related parties? Or do you guys? I'm okay with the definition as is as well. But
I had the same thought, Commissioner Hall. However, I'm a little concerned with the caution that Mark Harrington mentioned about not moving into regulating trusts or different types of entities.
Well, specifically calling that out to say, like, specifically, we're not talking about entities where there's related parties, to make it crystal clear that we are not intending to regulate families.
I like it. I would agree with the idea of it, and I think whatever staff can do to present that to City Council would be.
And that was a concern that I had, when we had the work session, and so I would be in agreement with Commissioner Hall.
I as well.
And one, I'll just say it again. This is a new use that I think that we're putting into our code. We regulate residential homes. We don't allow them everywhere. I can't think of many uses that we just blanketly allow everywhere. So we're really just finding a home for this. And I hope, and I do feel that it strikes a good balance. I think that we still get some of those benefits that have been brought to us of these types of ownerships, but we're also finding a good balance in protecting our single family year-round resident neighborhoods that we've identified. So with that, can I get a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we forward a positive recommendation concerning the land management code amendments for fractional ownership to the City Council for their consideration on June 23rd, 2022.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Tim and a second by Commissioner Van Dyne. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you, everyone, and everyone that stayed with us through this evening. To this point, we still have one more. I know Commissioner Van Dyne's gonna lead the meeting. She needs to get her sleep because she works in the medical field and we need her to get her sleep. Yeah. Me, not so much. Yeah, but it's publicly noticed. We do have to open a public hearing at least. And so I think, at this point, I think it is up to, I think we can decide that. So let's.
Well, how much are we going to have quorum? You're leaving. I got 10 minutes back.
Yeah, so next on, and we'll deal with that right now. So we are at our last item on the agenda. I think that I do not see an appetite for the commission to stay very long, but it is publicly noticed. And so I know the applicant has,
I don't want to hold the commission over and texting with the ownership group.
Yeah.
We've got a lot in the last 6 months and our resolutions to make it in reports. We want to just give that report as well. So we want to know what we've been doing.
Okay.
But I started my day at 2:40 a.m. on the East Coast. So
wow.
I'm a little on the other end of cloudy right now.
Yeah.
So maybe we continue to do a date certain.
Yeah, we certainly can. And so we'll go ahead and do that. I mean, if you,
You still want to open public
Our
comment?
conditions, and I think Rome can send them around to you all. So you can
Okay.
see, because what got attached was incorrect.
Okay.
It wasn't actually what we've been working on for the last 6 months.
Okay, so
And
I'll,
we had shared with the neighbors what we had, what we've been working on for the last 6 months. So their comments were directed to what we actually have proposed, but wasn't placed in the package.
okay, excellent. So let's just do a real brief walk through this. I'll turn it over to staff to just kick this thing off and we'll just get right through it.
Sure thing. Good evening, Commission. Planner Brown Seabright here. I'm just going to go through very briefly where we're at and where we're going. So apologies again for the miscommunication, the confusion on whether this item was going to be heard or not tonight. We are joined by applicant Representative Wade Budge. If he has any other comments, he's welcome to go after me. So what we were attempting to communicate in the staff report, one was the question of accessory use and the definitions, whether the definitions proposed by the applicant in the context of the land management code met our definition for an accessory use to the proposed hotel minor use. And then the other thing is the draft final action letter. We acknowledge that it's complete and includes references to the prior proposal. So we do anticipate bringing back a complete draft final action letter for commission at the next meeting. As mentioned, this item has been noticed for public hearing. And we are recommending continuation to a date certain. I think June 8th is the meeting that we will have time to bring this back for. So happy to take any questions or address any comments you might have.
Okay, thank you. And the applicant, do you have anything?
I was just going to say, I'll highlight the rest on June 8th. I'll highlight
the rest on June 8th. The one thing that I just wanted to note, because this was in reaction to what we heard at the last public hearing on November 10th, is we've updated our application to not allow any exterior use of our building other than by the current guests who are overnight guests. So it's the same on the exterior. So we'll go into greater detail at the meeting on the 8th, but just wanted to let you know that we've made some significant changes in our view to what was our application that was considered on the 10th.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for hanging in there. And I know you were probably hoping to get through this. And so.
all I would have done is seen another Yankees game. That's probably why I'm here right now.
And so let me open up the public hearing. I'll go straight into that, knowing that we're basically continuing this item. But if there is anyone that wishes to speak, you can raise your hand or step up to the podium. Okay, we have one gentleman at the podium.
Good morning. My name is Bill Dark. I live at 594 Park Avenue. The Washington School is approximately 250 feet above my house. This morning, I listened to a conversation between a painter and the homeowner up near the Washington School, and I could listen to the conversation. Sound travels unbelievably strong down the hill. If we're going to have a commercial entity above us, it's going to destroy what quiet neighborhood we do have. Also, increased traffic of customers coming and going, from what I understand, would be a restaurant. The additional traffic, the noise associated with it, the trash removal. Every Friday morning, we get this hellacious sound. It's 7 o'clock in the morning when the garbage truck comes by. This will be a daily thing with the restaurant, with all the refuse that they're going to produce. It's just, you brought up the point, Commissioner Phillips, I believe that we wanted to preserve our full-time residents, and so did Van Dyne. This is what we're trying to do. There aren't many of us left. We're a dying breed on Park Avenue. But we are there. I've been there 28 years and I plan on dying there. And it's hopefully not going to be soon. We have a nice street. We'd like to keep it that way. Thank you.
And thank you. And thanks for hanging in there this evening. I know it's frustrating. It's frustrating for everyone involved, but I appreciate your understanding of that as well. And also I'll just make note that there are 16 attendees. Some of them may be staff, but a lot of these are public attendees. And again, thank you guys for hanging in there. It's frustrating, but I hope everyone tunes in on June 8th and is involved, and we'll see this then. I'll close the public hearing. Commissioners.
I move that we continue the applicant's request to convert the Washington School Inn from a bed and breakfast to a minor hotel until June 8th.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Kenworthy, a second by Commissioner Hall.
And one last motion that we send Doug Timms off to happily ever after. God bless you, Doug.
May every day be the best day of your life, and you've inspired me to live that way, and probably because we know that you really mean that. It's not just a phrase. That's inspirational, Commissioner Tim.
Well, you never know until it gets here, but thank you all for that. And thank you for all of the time with you. I enjoyed every minute.
Thank you, Doug.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Move to adjourn.
We have to vote on the Washington School Inn.
Yeah, we didn't quite finish yet. You're right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. And Doug, can you send us off?
Move to adjourn.
Take care, my friend.
Everybody have a great day tomorrow. Get some rest tonight.
Good night.
Thanks, bro.
Oh, for one of you, have a great day today.
That's me.
Good night.
Good night.